I see you looking round the corner. Come on inside and pull up a chair. No need to feel like a stranger, 'cause we're all a little strange in here. Have you got a history that needs erasing? Did you come in just for the beer and cigarettes? A broken down dream you're tired of chasing. Ooh, well, I'm just the girl to make you forget. So we're glad you dropped by. Come in, loosen up your tie. Have a drink or maybe just one more. But if you're searching for something to bring you comfort, oh well, I'm the one you're looking for. Is your motor running close to empty? Or are you running from yourself? Are you thirsty for a brand new kind of pleasure? Or are you hungry to be somebody else? So sit down, your pretty face. You came to the right place. Oh, where every night it starts once more. I'm telling you, friend, your search is at an end. 'Cause I'm the one you're looking for.
There we go. Okay. The fucking keeps. Oh, it's not working now either. Hold on. There we go. Oops. Perfect. All right, much better. Hello, hello, hello. It's me, the man, followertoshi. How's it going, everybody? Early stream gang. My stuff. This will probably go. No, not there. Not there. Yeah, that works. Okay, so can I adjust this over a little bit? No. That. I guess that's okay. Well, no, I'll just do this. Sorry. Tinkering with stuff on OBS. That's good. And then that there. Alright, that should be good. And then let's unlock. And then actually, let me do this. Copy that. And then get rid of you. And then that leaves you. And then I can go. Woo. And now I'm way down here. I'm way down here, guys. Guys, I'm way down here. You know. All right. So we got little Toshi down here in the corner, and then we got big Toshi for when I need to make a appearance. Let me actually tinker with something here. I think I can do that, and then I go, and then I'm big, and then I'm small. We're at Fallout 4 modding adventure. Yeah, pretty much. We're gonna be messing around in Fallout 4 because we have, like, so far at this point for Fallout Fridays we could do. How are you doing that? How am I doing? What, the transition thing? Like that? That's just OBS. You open up studio mode, and then admittedly you do have to have two different sizes up like that, but yeah, just turn on studio mode and then hit the transition button and it'll go. Oh, come on. It'll go like that. Of course, there's a lot of manual button pushing. Of course, I just threw that together like 5 seconds ago, so there's probably like an easier way to like automate it, but that's what I got so far. Thank you for the follow, Dark Messiah 75757. Thank you. Let me just be small Toshi here. That way I don't have to mess with the transition stuff. Small Toshi is the son of bigger Toshi. Nathan Hank Hill Holland, excuse me. Thank you for the subscription. I've been actually fucking getting back into King of the Hill. I'm flipping through TikToks the other day, right? Thank you for subscribing, the Doctor 133. I'm gonna like your stream. Well, thank you for liking my stream, especially on TikTok. That definitely helps out. You can also like subscribe, all that stuff. Check out some of my other videos. Check out some of my like long form content on YouTube. Whatever's clever, you know. Anyway, I'm like flipping through TikTok the other day, right? And I just like stumble on this random channel that probably got a lot more attention following the announcement that King of the Hill was going to be getting like a new series. And it's funny because the video that I ran across is literally just like a full episode. The channel specifically just uploads like full episodes of King of the Hill, but they're at like, like 1.5 times speed or something to get them to like, 15, 17 minutes, something like that. And so I just find myself sitting there watching a full episode of King of the Hill on 2x speed, and I'm like, oh, hell yeah. You ready for the new King of the Hill? Bobby's a chef. Bobby as a chef is going to be fun to see. They actually confirmed that that's what Bobby is. He's going to be a chef. Like, that's his occupation in the new series. Because so far I haven't heard anything about the actual contents of the new episodes. I've just seen, the only thing I saw is the teaser image that they put out, where all the guys are just like standing around, fucking Boomhauer's on a tablet. Dale's got a VR set and a vape. Hank looks just distraught, and what is it? Bill's picking up an Uber Eats delivery from Megalomart. Oh, I won't ruin anything for you then. Well, it's I don't know. It's weird to say that, you're gonna like spoil King of the Hill, because King of the Hill doesn't really have a what's the term? It doesn't have like a narrative through line throughout an entire season, right? It's not like where a story is being told throughout an entire season. It's like, bit to bit. So like, because admittedly, I did hear rumors that Bobby was going to be a chef and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense, especially with how they ended this in the series finale, where Bobby's like just crazy good at identifying like quality meats and stuff. So it's like, oh, hell yeah. And so it's like, that's not a huge surprise. But like, it's like, to say that anything's going to be like spoiled, I think kind of insinuates that there's going to be like, story elements, which like for damn it, I like for like half a second I had the term for like an episodic thing like King of the Hill isn't really a thing, you know. There's story elements that tend to carry over, but for the most part it's just like kind of like The Simpsons, you know. It just sort of updates as it goes, and there's no like grand story. But either way, I'm stoked for more King of the Hill. I'm super excited for that. I also saw that The Amazing World of Gumball is getting a new series. Like new series because it's not called The Amazing World of Gumball, it's called something else. Like The Wonderful World of Gumball or something. I don't know. I'm super excited for that because I got way into that show a couple years back. Okay, let me get the right page open here. So I have like a list.
I see you over there.
I'm ready for Catboy and Fish Bro. Hell yeah. He runs a fusion restaurant and is back with Connie. Nice. The Sufanusen phones got divorced. Aww. And supposedly Con lives with Bill now. Ah, that'd be fucking hilarious. That's a bummer that fucking Con and Min broke up. But like, I don't know. Not 100% surprised. But if he did actually move in with Bill, that would be, oh, that'd be just icing. That'd be so funny. So much potential there. Trying to remember where I put my, because I have like a Word doc of Fallout 4 stuff. Just gotta remember where it is. It's fucking buried in here somewhere. Let me actually. I know it's in here somewhere. I think. I'm pretty sure it's on in one of my videos, like linked in one of my videos. I just can't remember which one. It's gonna be on Hulu or something, right? Not just Cartoon Network. No, yeah, both the new King of the Hill series and the new Gumball series are both gonna be on Hulu, which is funny because now I have an actual legitimate reason to get Hulu again. Because I had Hulu for like the longest time, and it never. Let me actually. There we go. Big Toshi time. Big Toshi. I had Hulu for like the longest time, and just like didn't watch anything on it. There was stuff that I used to watch on it, but it got to the point where there wasn't really much to watch on there. Okay, so was it in here? Did I put it in here?
Can't go forward, can't go back. Set your mind at ease. You better
relax.
throw yourself a party wherever you're at.
Is the music too loud? Let me know if the music's too loud.
Start finding a way back to civilization. Stay and have
Where
a
would I
good
put
time.
it?
No need to pay. The pleasure is mine until
It's been so fucking long since I actually like got in and messed with it. I know I have it in here somewhere. I just don't remember where I put it in my files. I was just wondering what they're going to do with Luann because her voice actress died. Wonder if they'll just write her off or replace her VA. Well, I mean, they have Dale on there, and Dale's VA died, so they kind of had to replace him. Especially since, you know, he's part of the core cast, but I don't know. Luann's also like kind of part of the core cast, but isn't. Well, no, I guess she's probably like she's like borderline, you know, because she's lived with them for so long, and then like you know kind of had her own thing. I could see it being like, oh, she and Lucky moved somewhere else to take care of. Fuck. What was their kid called? What was her name? I can't remember.
it's ready to climb again.
That's podcast notes. It's perfect. Okay, cool. Let me know if the music's ever like too loud or too quiet. I can adjust it slightly. I don't want to be... So it's weird making things like too loud on my... Maybe not weird, but it's interesting making like adjusting volume, because I've talked about this a couple times. I have an audio ducker set up in OBS, which basically means that whenever I speak through the microphone or whenever sound is picked up by the microphone, it'll decrease the streaming audio to match it'll decrease the streaming audio based on sound coming through the microphone. I almost said microscope there twice. It decreases sound coming through the microphone, so that whenever I speak, the game audio decreases, or the PC audio decreases, and you guys can hear just whatever it is I'm saying, because 9 times out of 10, whatever I have to say is far more important than whatever's going on in the game. Little Gracie Kleinschmidt. That was it. Gracie. I remember. Margaret Gracie Kleinschmidt. Hell yeah. But then her name was like Lasagna for like 2 seconds because Luann was still fucking flying after the birth. Gracie Lasagna Kleinschmidt. Hell yeah. Fuck. I do not know where I put it. It's in here. I know it's in here somewhere. I just don't remember. You know what? Let's just do this. Okay, where would it have been last? It would have been... No. Let's try this one.
We're thirsty for a brand new kind of pleasure. Oh, are you hungry to be somebody else? So sit down.
Wow, really?
Pretty face, you came to the right place. Oh, where every night it starts once more.
Here we go.
I'm telling you, Fred, your search is at an
Okay. Well, that makes sense. That's chapter 2. That's an old one. But I really didn't put chapter 1 in there? Wow. Huh. I know it's somewhere. I forgot Luann's middle name was Leanne. Oh, yeah. Leanne Platter. Little Lasagna Lassie Kleinschmidt would have been amazing. I know, right? Where is it? Let's try... Baby, it's just you.
Like a cyclone, wild and extreme. I got my mind blown, stuck in a dream, waking up without a clue.
Okay, so that's that. Maybe it's...
You leave me breathless, weak in the knees. The fallout's blowing through, but baby, it's
just you.
Help me, rescue my heart.
Save me from falling apart. So not that one. This is probably the same one. Yeah, that's also that one. That's the same one. Interesting. Okay.
'Cause baby, it's just you.
Sorry, bear with me. It's like the file's in here somewhere. I just can't. It wouldn't be in here. No, yeah, because that's that. put it in the library. That'd be a good place for it, I think.
Help me, rescue my
I rewatched that episode where Peggy made friends with the drag queen, and it was honestly better than I remember. Like, that's just the case with every episode of King of the Hill. Like, I've been going, like I said, I've been watching them on TikTok, and some of the comments I read, like, man, this episode is a lot better than I remember it. And like, a lot of people are like, man, we fucking really were just asleep at the wheel about King of the Hill, and like, damn, this like the whole series is just way better than I remember it. I saw one person say that maybe for them, or maybe just more so like something that they sort of like realized, or like, you know, maybe probably picked up on, was the fact that what was it? It could have been like the case that some people were not really like turned off, but maybe more so not as attracted to the art style, because the art style is a lot more, you know, for of the time, right? Because King of the Hill like technically started in like what, the 90s, like late 90s. It's a much more realistic style than a lot of people came to expect, compared to a lot of other animated shows from around that same time period. So I could definitely see a lot of people are like, oh, this isn't like, you know, like fucking full on anime or like wacky crazy and shit like that. So like it doesn't you know, doesn't hit the same way. And that I definitely get that. But I think now, because a lot more people have a much different mentality around what they expect from TV shows, I think they definitely, these days anyway, they would definitely give it they would definitely give it a shake, I think. January 12th, 1997. It came out in January? Damn.
Diamond City, it's my thing.
That's weird.
I flash my
Like, you know, it was released in January. That's a strange day to release a show.
with all my manual labor. It's good to
Okay. Let's do this. Let's do a file search. I got to see their style guide. They actually had a lot of internal limitations to make sure the visuals remain consistent. Yeah, and like that's another thing too. Just how consistent the series actually was, because this is more so like a fun fact. King of the Hill is actually a landmark series because it was the first animated. It was either the first. You know what? I'm gonna say it was the first animated American sitcom, because you know anime had been a thing, especially in like the late '90s. Anime had been a thing for fucking ever. Hello, Toshi boy. Hello, Cosmic Australian. We're talking about King of the Hill. But it was a revolutionary, maybe not revolutionary in the same sense, but it was a much more like trend-setting series, specifically because at the time there weren't really any other animated shows that were doing the whole like dynamic camera angles, right? It was shot like the shot compositions in King of the Hill were a lot closer to like an actual sitcom or like a drama. There were a lot of dynamic camera angles. There were over the shoulder shots. There were like a lot of stuff that was more akin to like live television, like, you know, like live action television or like movies and stuff. And it stayed that way for a good long while. I can't remember exactly how long, but it was like, that was King of the Hill was the only show that did that for just a long time. There it is. Okay, I found it.
Keep me with me at night. I've got all that you could ever want. I just need a man who's man enough.
Well, let's do this.
Don't need another
I know I have it backed up somewhere. I just can't remember where. Okay. So I got it. I got the list. I have like a master list because I had like a really, really good what is it? I had a really, really strong mod list all set up. And then at one point I went in to like tinker with it. It was after the big update, right? After the big update that like more or less broke a lot of Fallout 4 mods. And I got in and I went back through and I started going through mods again to see what worked and what didn't. And I don't recall how far I got, but I definitely checked a couple off my list. Stuff in here, it's highlighted.
I see you over there.
Interesting. Okay. Toshi Catboy stream when? That's the real question. When indeed? I'm gonna play Fallout New Vegas to fit the stream. Hell yeah. Fucking do it. Fun fact, Hank Hill's voice actor also voiced both Beavis and Butthead. I knew that he did like one specific character in Beavis and Butthead, but I didn't know that he did both of the characters. That's kind of cool. Hank Hill once met Chuck Norris. He sold him 3 gallons of propane at a fair, an honest price. I believe it. I believe it. That wasn't like an actual thing in the show, because I'm pretty sure Chuck Norris was mentioned at least once in King of the Hill. He is not a character on King of the Hill. Well, yeah, he's not a character, but they do like a voice thing or something. You got 5 out. You got 5 plugs in 1 outlet. Does your father know what you're doing? No, I don't think he was ever on King of the Hill. Just talking nonsense. Making up words. Fucking AI hallucinations. Okay. Let me adjust the microphone here real quick. And let me adjust me on here. Come on, turn on. There we go. Okay. He also voiced David Van Drezen. But I figured no one would know who that was. Lamau. Yeah, I don't know. David Van Drezen. I don't even know who that is. And I'm a genius. Or at least that's what the doctors tell me. They tell me a lot of things, though. What the fuck do they know? Okay. So I got a couple of mods already installed on here. Ooh, do I actually have... I don't have anything set up for this. Fuck. Okay. Let's do this. Where is it? Is it in here? Yeah. So then... No, I wanna open it. What's this? I know what it is. Ridiculous. I think I would actually have to open it on here. Local files. Is this me? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay, let me put that there. There. David Van Drezen was the other character from Beavis and Butthead that Mike Judge voice acted. Was that the fucking like my fucking RV or whatever? Was that guy? Fallout 4 script extender. There we go. Boop. Let me do that one. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Manuel. You come in just for the beer and cigarettes.
No need to feel like a stranger.
'Cause we're all a little strange in need. Okay, I need vortex, or not vortex, I need loot. There we go.
Did you come in just for the
beer and cigarettes?
A broken down dream.
Okay, so run that. Yeah, it's fine. Run anyway. Grab that.
So we're glad you dropped by. Come in.
Hippie guy with a peace sign on his shirt, which makes it even funnier than Hank Hill voiced it. I know, right? Because then he's just all like, what? Whoa! Okay, I want Fallout 4. Yeah, on Steam. Okay. Master list. Alright, that's good. So we want to add. My Fallout New Vegas crashed, but what were you expecting? It's Fallout New Vegas. Even with the stuff that's like supposed to prevent it from crashing, it still crashes. That's just how it works. Welcome to the New Vegas experience. God, they're not going to do it, but like, because it would be kind of, I don't know. I feel like there's ways that they could do it. But actually making like a legitimate, like some sort of reference in the, file location. Okay, there we go. Some sort of reference in the new series, in the next series of Fallout Prime, referencing fucking New Vegas crashing all the time, would be really funny. Like fucking, I don't know, maybe the ghouls all like, oh yeah, like that's fucking New Vegas. Shit's crashing all the time. Just some sort of like funny nod. I think that'd be real funny. I think it'd be difficult, but I think it would be doable, and I think it'd be hilarious. Okay, so I got that. So now let's grab these. And then do this, and then we want that. And then we want to add another one. Let's go here. Grab you. Do.
I got lips.
Apply. And then we want to move this up
I've got hips.
here. Actually, no, we want to move you down there.
I've got eyes.
Okay, so yeah. Because what we always want to do is we always want to run loot first. Make sure all the files are organized, and then we want to run the loader. Okay, so let's close these windows. These windows are probably fine. First thing I want is, where is it?
Don't need another casual lover
Walking out the door in the morning light.
I want a man who can stand on his own.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, like I said, I have a bunch of mods already set up on here. Just to down, but these are just ones that I've had like on there for a while. But they look like you know, on like a spare tab or whatever for a while. But there's other ones that I want to test out first. The no Bethesda and special intro thing is usually like the first one I go to because actually no, that doesn't pop up on here. I'm gonna have to find a different one. Maybe the cheat menu thing. That's an easy one. Oh wait, no. Start me up one. That's the one. Perfect. Wait, no, that's not the right one. I think. Ooh, maybe. Okay, let's try this. Oh, I need the unofficial patch too. Right, okay. Let's grab both of these. Lucy crash out moment, but it's literally a crash. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's the start me up one, and then let's get the unofficial patch. Good. They take the monorail and it crashes, and the ghouls are like, "It's not New Vegas without a crash or two." Oh, that'd be good. That'd be funny. That would probably be the best way. Okay, so I got that. Okay, cool. Let's run it, or at least run loot. Then we'll run. We'll run what else? Okay, so there's the start me up stuff right there. Okay. Yes, because this was installed last. Can I move? I can. I might have actually moved that prior. Whoops. Oh well, that's better. Okay. Good. Let's run it. See what happens. We're either gonna explode or not. It's one or the other. Got some cams. Excellent. It works. So let's real quickly. Yeah, shut up. Nope, stop it. No, no, it's already off. Okay. Took a dive with the swans out in the The mutant stopped to savor all my bad behavior. It's all in a day's work when you're a good, good neighbor. I can't remember who said it. I think it might have been Todd. No, it was Magnolia herself. She said in Fallout 4 in what is it? Shit, what was it?
Absolutely.
In Good Neighbor, in the third rail, you meet the singer Magnolia, who is the character whose melodic tones we are listening to right now. And I think at one point we actually ask her, like, hey, so, you know, like, what's your backstory? All right, cool. This is good. This means that the mods are working. I'm just gonna start up. And I think she says at one point, like when you ask her that question, she says, oh, you want to know my backstory? You just listen to the songs. It's all there. And I don't know. I haven't, like, my brain just, like, goes back to that every once in a while. I'm like, huh, interesting. Okay. I wonder if anybody's ever, like, gone back and, like, listened to the songs and, like, really tried to decode them and, like, you know, try to break down her backstory and stuff like that. Also fantastic. We're in. Shit, maybe that would make a good video, like breaking down her origin story based on the music. Sorry, I'm moving stuff.
I do the boys a favor with all my
Probably gonna have to
manual
move that around later. Anyway,
to be a good
woman, exactly.
good neighbor.
Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, fuck, I completely forgot about that. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to reinstall some stuff on that one. But yeah, it's that specifically has always kind of been really interesting to me because it's kind of like, okay, so I have that. Wait, do I have that? No, that's the mod. Okay. So where is? Sorry, one second. I gotta find the. Okay, so that's that. Here it is. Okay. Because that's always kind of been. There's so many like little story elements in Fallout 4 that have always just kind of been super interesting to me. They're always sort of like a little bit vague, right?
Finding a way back to civilization. Stay and have a good time. No need to pay.
There we go. They're always kind of a little bit vague, but there's like just enough information there to sort of piece something together. Kind of like the whole like the main character is a synth thing. Like there's just enough information there. Yes, I want to keep that. Okay, cool. There's just enough information there to posit the theory, but just like not enough to definitively prove it, right? And I think that that's like, I think that that one is super interesting, but I also think that there's a lot of other things in the, wait, is it this one? No, that's that one. So I just think that there's stuff like that in Fallout 4 specifically that's just like super interesting. Like there's just not enough of it to fully grasp the entire story, but just enough for it to be interesting. Okay, so I grabbed that. Oh wait, no. Is it that? Actually, no. Yeah, it is that. Okay. Yeah. So then I just grab all these files. Did I close that other file? I did. Son of a bitch. I gotta keep that open.
Out of control like a world war starting to brew. Baby, it's just you. Like a cyclone, wild and extreme. I got my mind blown.
Let me grab that.
Waking up without a clue.
Shit.
'Cause baby, it's just you.
Okay, there we go.
You leave me breathless, weak in the knees. I'm feeling reckless, pardon
What?
me, please.
Okay, that was weird. I don't know why Fallout 4 started there.
But baby, it's just you.
Baby, it's just you. Oh, it's probably that. That's why. Yep. Okay. So now I just grab these guys and then plug you in there.
You got the cure, like a train wreck.
That'll relay anything else? No, it doesn't. So it should still just open regularly.
What's the Queen of Hearts to do? 'Cause baby, it's just
Yes. Toshi vocal stems be like Squidward giving a walking tour. Yeah. I do it all the time. I did something like that the other day. I can't remember what sound I was making, but I just like was just sitting there, just fucking doing something, and I'm just like audio stemming like vocal stemming like that. And I just kind of stopped myself. I'm like, that was a weird sound I was making. Oh, I think it was like. Hold on. It was like, no, it was something with my lips or my tongue. I can't remember, but it was. I like realized I had been doing it for like a minute and a half, and then I'm like, what the hell am I doing? Okay, so I don't have the...
Baby, it's just you.
I would need...
Radiating through and through. Oh, baby.
Where is it?
It's just, baby, it's just you.
Here. It's knack. Here we go. But I want knack X, and that's at the bottom. There we go. Okay. I guess I technically need all of those for that. We'll start with this one though. Yeah, okay. We'll start with this. And then run this. Woman at the bar. Hey there, mister. What that mouth do? Toshi. Obviously. That's what it do. It go. Did I not even sort these? Wow, I didn't even sort these before. Oh no, I guess I did. Yeah, because that came in last, so that's, yeah, alright. Adjust this slightly. There we go. Okay. Stealth Archer is Fallout. Stealth Archer is Skyrim, and I guess technically any Elder Scrolls game. You're thinking of Stealth Sniper. That's the Fallout build. Ooh, can I run it on this one? I'll run it on that one.
But if you're searching for something,
that's the build. It's weird because in all right, cool. So that's working. That's working. And then I should have the. Oops, no, not that one. Fuck. There we go. Because in Elder Scrolls, everybody always worries about, like, you know, falling back down the where is it? I thought there was there it is. There we go. Everybody always worries about falling down the stealth archer route in Elder Scrolls, but almost nobody worries about falling down the stealth sniper build route in Fallout, which I think is really funny. But I think more so specifically points to how much more diversity there is in the weapon loadout system in Fallout compared to the Elder Scrolls. Because with the Elder Scrolls, you have like, you know, if we like cut out magic, which already is doing it a big disservice, but if you cut out magic in Elder Scrolls, you have bows, and then you have melee weapons, and the only thing that's really viable as a melee weapon or as a stealthy build is bows, because you can do that shit from a distance. I don't want you open. It is that. Okay. Preset? No. I want the other one. There we go. Cool. So that's my weather setup. I guess I would still need the cheat menu thing, because I want to give myself a laser weapon, because the laser weapon specifically
ruby and sweet
is what there's a lot of like reflection on.
That can't be beat. I got eyes.
Cheat. There we go.
That are looking for love.
Cheat terminal. It just makes my life easy.
Who's man enough? I got arms.
Melee weapon. Yeah, exactly. But like that's what I'm saying. Like there's not, like, when you're trying to do like sneaky stealthy stuff, like sure, like, you know, sneaking up on somebody, getting like real close, and then like, you know, chopping them in half with an axe or whatever is definitely a made no changes. Doesn't need to change I guess it doesn't need to change the cheat terminal. I guess that makes sense. Because there's not really very many weapons or spells or anything that allow you to really lean more into that stealthy option. Like, yeah, you can kind of do it with daggers, and you can kind of do it with like specific spells and stuff like that. But it doesn't really feel as conductive, you know? It doesn't really feel as satisfying or complete as just like, you know, sniping somebody from like 50 feet away with a bow, right? Hello, Roth. How are you? Okay, so that's... Right, I gave myself the cheat terminal for a reason. I have to remember where it is. There it is. Oh, that Fallout 4 jazz soundtrack with Linda Carter. Oh boy indeed. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go. I've ripped so many licks from those, I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna be real. What the fuck? My brain not work. Well, plasma? I guess I want energy. Let's just do that. Okay, so if this is correct, there we go. Yes, that's the correct lens flare bloom. Hell yeah. All right, so we got the ENB working, which is dope. Let me actually grab my Google Doc here and then link it in the stream so that you guys can see what I'm working with here. Little Marge Simpson there. Okay, let's get rid of that. Fallout 4 mod list. There we go. Put that right at the top. Ooh, actually, no. I want... Wait, which one is it? Yeah, here we go.
Out in the fence, had to talk with a man about some cans. He asked me what's your flavor. I said I need a favor.
Yeah, that's the right one. Okay.
A little short of
Put
cats,
that back.
but I'm a good neighbor.
And good neighbor.
Took a dive
Damn straight.
with the swans. Out in
Okay,
the
so
with nothing on.
let me make sure this is working
The
correct.
mutant stopped to savor all my bad behavior. It's on a day's work. You're a good neighbor.
Okay, cool. That works. All right, so mod list is linked in
Can shake it up a
the description. There's a lot that I still gotta. I've been fucking sitting on this for a long time, so I think basically,
you could show me what you got.
from what I remember of when I was editing and stuff, the highlighted green stuff are. Oh wait, I don't want that anymore. Whatever. The highlighted green stuff are mods that still work post update. And the red ones, I believe, are mods that no longer work. And then there's some in there that are highlighted in black. Those ones are redundant because there's another mod that does the same thing. Except for the DC Vendor Shop Overhaul mod. Actually, no, sorry. The highlighted in black ones weren't conflictions. Those are just, those aren't redundant in the sense that they don't work anymore. They more so conflict with something. So for anybody who's actually like looking at it, there's a section in there under creatures, like a whole bunch of stuff from the Mutant Menagerie mods. The black highlighted ones are like the old ones, and then they sort of got merged into this like one big Omni mod. So it's, you know, not really helpful to have them because they're redundant, basically. There's another mod in there, however, called the DC Vendor Shop Overhaul, which is probably one of the best, mods that I've seen that edits specifically. Well, it edits the shops in Diamond City, and it makes them a lot more fleshed out and interesting looking. The only problem is, I guess maybe specifically when you're working on the Diamond City interior, you're working on the cell, like the entire cell, specifically the middle area, or well, in this case, specifically in the middle area. So I think what this person did is they were working on specifically, because the only part of the mod that's actually changed is that middle area around Power Noodle. But then the area behind it, you know, like the Brahmin farms and stuff like that near the stage, those assets and everything are still there, and they remain there. And normally that's not a big problem, but if you're running Sim Settlements 2, then they merge together with the Ron's the Ron's office. So like when you go back there, and you have both mods going at the same time, they'll sort of like merge. So they'll just be like ears of corn growing right outside of Ron's door, and it's a little kind of a little cramped and weird in there. It's a fantastic mod, and if I had any idea how modding works, I'd try to mod it so that the overhaul doesn't clash with basement standalone. Oh, that's Fallon's basement. Never mind. I was looking at the mod. If I could figure out how to edit it so that they don't clash with it, because he doesn't edit anything other than the stores in the middle of town. But because I guess the original mod author used the entire bottom layer cell, it maintains the presence of that stuff in the back, and then it just kind of merges together and looks goofy. And if I knew how to mod that stuff out, I would, but I don't. So bummer. It sucks for me. Okay, so we don't need that. I gotta look at this reactor thing here real quick, because there's definitely a couple that I don't have plugged in. The address library. I don't recall this EMB helper one, but I'll get that in there. Yeah, go away. The address library and the EMB helper. There we go. EMB helper. Address library. There we go. Okay. Delete installed. Yes. Cool. All right. Toshi, one big Omni mod cuts to invincible title card. I use the Silent Hill mod slot with realism mod. The silent, like there's one that I can't remember what the mod was called, but there's one like horror centric mod for Fallout 4 that was actually really, really good. We played it for a not a Halloween stream, but it was an October stream. I think it was last year. It might have been the year before. But it was really good. I really liked it. It added a whole bunch of like scarier horror elements. Do you prefer Fallout style leveling or Elder Scrolls style leveling? So like that's the interesting thing. Because I feel like everything between Skyrim and Starfield is sort of a different era of Fallout or of Bethesda games. There's definitely an argument to say that it's everything after Skyrim, and Skyrim was kind of like the final entry into that older series of Bethesda games. I just more so categorize it that way because it wasn't Skyrim. Fallout 3 was technically my first Bethesda game, but Skyrim was my first Elder Scrolls game, and I kind of categorize it that way in my brain anyway. But so Oblivion, from what I've been playing of the remaster, is very reconnected. Nice. Fantastic. Welcome back. When I say ripped licks, think melodies. Oh, I get you. Yeah. My brain didn't put those together, but yeah, I got you. So like, I've always seen, I mean, obviously Fallout and Elder Scrolls leveling systems work very differently, but it's interesting because I'm gonna cycle back on this. Between the two leveling systems, one is, I think that it would be interesting. So I think that like the Elder Scrolls leveling system, in a sense, makes a lot more logical sense from like a realistic approach style. We saw it more or less implemented in the same manner with Starfield, right? Starfield's leveling system, in the sense that you get better with specific weapons the more you use them, is sort of how it works. In like, it's sort of the same way that it works in Elder Scrolls. With Elder Scrolls, you use like the sword more often. You're gonna get your experience level with the sword is going to go up and up and up. In Starfield, it works more or less the same way. You use heavy guns, your heavy gun skills are going to go up more, but they're less correlated to, well, no, I guess when you compare them to Skyrim, they are more so correlated to what perks you can earn in that specific category. So I guess it does make a little bit more sense, but then when you look at like Fallout, I feel like the perks, even going as far back as like Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, I feel like the perks were such a big and integral part of the entire Fallout experience that to sort of get rid of them and then make the like, skill and weapon and, like the leveling system in Fallout, if they made it more like Skyrim or any other Elder Scrolls game, I feel like it would sort of miss out on a lot of the relationship that the series has with just like perks and stuff like that. Because, then you're missing out on specific, like the Bloody Mess perk, or like a lot of the like really funny ones. Like there was one, what was it? I saw somebody bring it up in my comments section. Like there was one in Fallout 3 where like if you get a certain level of radiation, you'll like explode. Something like that. I can't remember exactly. I remember that perk, but I can't remember the details. But you'll like explode and like there'll be a big radiation damage to anybody in the area or something like that. I think that because like I said, the way that Elder Scrolls handles leveling for like, weapons and skills and stuff, I think is more natural and more realistic. I personally like that better. But it's difficult to really see how they could apply that to Fallout in a way that sort of honors both. One honors the relationship that Fallout has always had with its perks, but then also allows for that sort of natural leveling system. Maybe, they make it a lot more like, again, like Starfield, to where it's like, hey, you complete, for like, handguns. let's keep it simple. For handguns, you kill enough people with a handgun, do enough damage with handguns, this, that, or the other thing. Then you can move up to this next tier where you have access to like these specific perks or whatever. Make it more so like Skyrim specifically, where you level up individual skills, and those individual skills unlock different perks related to that skill. I think that would be a lot better than, again, Fallout 4. And I think it would be a lot more fleshed out compared to Fallout 76, because when it comes to Fallout, I think that Fallout 76 has the best RPG system, specifically as so far as it relates to the sort of newer way that Bethesda is handling perks and builds and loadouts and stuff, right? Obviously, the leveling system in Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, where it's a lot more like old school RPG with perks and attributes and skills and stuff like that. I think those are obviously the superior. But in a modernized sense, I think that Fallout 76 definitely has the best style, but it's definitely not the best it could be style, I think that if they were to combine like Fallout 76 and Skyrim's RPG systems together, I think they'd really be onto something. And I think that Starfield is probably like the closest to that, but I still feel like there's like another level they could go. Enhanced lights. Do I have that? Hold on. Okay, so that one is not on there, so I can leave that one off. Not that one. Let me get these ones. Let me check TikTok real quick. Good. So that one's good.
You might be the man who's man enough. You might be the man who's man enough. Yeah.
Okay, so let's get a couple more mods in here. So these are all ones that I know work. Shut Up and Heal Me Doc is great. It gets rid of the it gets rid of that little like fade to black window that happens whenever whenever you're being healed. It's just like boom, done. Ironically enough, like Fallout 76, where it's just like boom, you got it. No cinematic slow pull zoom bullshit. Lowered weapons.
Took a walk.
Okay, so I know both of those work, so those are good.
Had to talk with a man.
Install. Okay. Shit. Where's that tab? There it is. All right. The Kingdom Come Deliverance do the same Elder Scrolls style of usage equal leveling while keeping perks interesting. The Kingdom Come Deliverance games both have perks that boost your stats, as long as you don't starve, overfeed, or get a hangover. That makes sense. I think that probably what? Hold on. The Elder Scrolls fans know Kingdom Come Deliverance fan walk in. He's superior in every way. Yeah. I love that push with the kick.
We can shake it up.
Might be a man. Bum, bum. Yeah. Who's man enough. It's real good. I like part of the reason, like, whenever I do a modding stream, part of the reason that I play these, like this track specifically, definitely has to do with the fact that it's Fallout related and I don't get fucking copyright struck, which is nice. But it's also just fucking good music. Like it's jazzy, it's bouncy in certain places, and it's like, so good.
It's good to be a good neighbor.
But yeah, I definitely feel that it has to be. So one of the things that I don't really like in RPG games is when you get like those perks that are all like, oh, like you do like, 20% more damage with like melee weapons, or like, 20% more damage with like this style of weapon. Like, I don't like those. Those just feel like lazy, you know? Like, I definitely get why they exist, especially when there's like, because, you know, you get stronger, like just through the process of leveling up, right? Your baseline health comes up, the amount of like action points you have also goes up, stuff like that. Like, it makes more sense that there's going to be a progressive scale like that, to where like you're going to get stronger, so the monsters have to get a little stronger. So in order to sort of compensate for that and not make every single fight feel like this long drawn out thing, because as much as people want more difficult combat experiences in RPGs, it is not an honest rebuke or an honest response to say that those types of interactions don't drastically slow down games. Like, don't get me wrong, I always enjoy, like in like Baldur's Gate 3 specifically, right? I always enjoy combat in those games. I think they're super fun, but oh my god, do they take a long time sometimes. And that's specifically in a turn-based game where you kind of expect things to take longer because, again, it's turn-based. But those longer, more detailed, difficult combat situations only lead to one of two things. At best, they just sort of slow down the progression that you're making, which can be boring or more so just time-consuming. Or on the more like, oh, this kind of sucks spectrum, they're really difficult fights. You spend a lot of resources to win. You know, you run out of bullets, you lose a bunch of health, and then you're just kind of like, oh well, fuck. Now I have to, like, you know, maybe backtrack and, you know, fucking replenish my resources, like heal myself, stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, I think that a Fallout game like that would be really, really interesting. One more so specifically, like maybe think like, let's say you're in, let's say they come out with a game set in Texas, right? And let's say that Texas is just, you know, like stupid with like ghouls or you know, other like really dangerous enemies, and there's more so like a story and a narrative, but it's built around the world being a much more difficult place to navigate. So like kind of like Dark Souls, in the sense that anything you go up against is going to be a real challenging fight. And so, you know, maybe your goal in this game is to like get to a specific location, but because of how like dense and how difficult the world space is, and like how dangerous the creatures are, part of the journey actually getting there has to do with, you know, going through like just a bunch of difficult enemies, going back, building up like defensive points, you know, like finding like safe locations, gathering resources, building things up. Like maybe there's like a little bit of an industrialization thing going on, and you continue like that. You just like keep persisting. Sometimes you have to fall back. I think that would be really interesting, but in a lot of cases, those specific kinds of games are like really niche, right? They don't always attract a whole lot of attention, specifically because of like how much time they can often take up. So it's definitely one of those things that's a much harder balance, right? I think that people want those sorts of situations, but at the same time they don't, specifically because how much of a drag it starts to feel on the progression of gameplay. Combat lags. Do I have that? Let me actually do these real quick. High quality Pip-Boy marker. Like 3 of these are specifically like Pip-Boy related. So let me do these real quick.
What's the Queen of Hearts to do? 'Cause baby,
oh, no, not that one. I have that one. There we go. Okay, so I should just be able to open up the Pip-Boy, and it should be both higher quality and smaller icons. Okay. Imagine a fast-paced Fallout or Elder Scrolls game. I feel like a fast-paced Elder Scrolls game wouldn't really hit, but a fast-paced Fallout game would definitely hit. They need to bring back like Fallout Tactics, right? They need to bring that back. Like, Fallout fans have been wanting a more like tactical style game, right? A game that's a lot more like realistic combat heavy and like more challenging. Like just do Fallout Tactics. Like, that would be like the perfect excuse to bring those elements into Fallout. Eat the ghouls, gain their power, praise at them. Exactly. Like the Stalker games. I don't know. I can't speak a whole lot on the Stalker games. But I mean, like, maybe if that's, you know, a big part of the gameplay, like more challenging combat. Okay, cool. Guys, look at this fucking detailed map that I found. Like, you can see the individual buildings and stuff. Isn't that badass? And then if I do this, TMM1. There we go. So now we got all the map markers, and I decrease their size, so now they're not huge and taking up all this space on the map, but I can still find them. I love it. I'm into it. It's good. It's huge. It's big. The only downside is that I don't believe it works with modded stuff. So, actually, then again, there's not. I mean, obviously, besides like. Well, actually, no. I don't know if there is. I can't think of any like mods off the top of my head that add like, you know, oh, there's like a new farm like over here, or like, you know, fucking somewhere. I don't think that specific. Well, obviously, that specifically wouldn't pop up on this map, but like the detail. I hate how they overlap in the vanilla map. I know, right? That was the thing that always fucking pissed me off about it. Like, this is so dumb. The average fan will add this many mods and then be like, oh yeah, dude, New Vegas is a masterpiece, unrecognizable from vanilla. Well, like, that's one of the things that, like, I put out a short today where I was all like, you know, there are some games that, like, you know, they lend themselves more to like having high quality writing, and there are some games that lend themselves more to having high quality gameplay. And I saw a couple of comments on, I think it was TikTok. Yeah, it was TikTok. I saw a couple of comments on TikTok specifically that were all like, I can't remember. There was one that I saw that was like, oh, this guy's basically just saying like, don't complain about like the story quality, just enjoy the game. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that there are there's basically two different types of video games, right? There are story-driven ones and there are gameplay-driven ones. I don't know how many people would honestly look at Doom and say, oh yeah, I play Doom for the story. Right? Like, that's what I play Doom for. I play Doom for the story. No, you don't. Nobody plays Doom for the story. Like, no, that's not how it goes. And I feel like Bethesda, specifically Fallout games, are sort of in a similar category. Like, I would posit more so often than not, anybody who plays a Fallout game is not playing a Fallout game for the story. They're playing the game for the RPG functionality of it. You know, there's probably definitely some people that play Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 4, literally any game, for the story specifically. But the general consensus, I feel, even when you're including Fallout New Vegas, is that people aren't playing the game for the story. They're not. Like, there's probably a bigger argument to be made for Fallout New Vegas specifically, but even then, no, you're not. You're not playing Fallout New Vegas for the 40th time side with house or whatever. You're playing the game because you want to try out a new build. You want to be fucking like desert hobo with a shotgun or whatever. You've played Fallout New Vegas before. You're not playing it for the story. Like, no shot. Yeah, that's not what happens. And we can further make that argument by looking at just like some of the biggest, most popular games ever, like Minecraft, stupid popular, doesn't have a story. It's got lore and stuff, which can, there can be an argument that that's, story crafting and stuff, but there's no story in Minecraft. There's usually not a story in Mario. Fucking Modern Warfare doesn't have a story. Call of Duty doesn't have a story. FIFA doesn't have a story. Fucking any sports game doesn't have stories. Rocket League doesn't have a story. Fortnite does not have a story, but it's also like, it's one of those games where like it doesn't have a story, but it has lore. Like there's so many games that are stupid popular, absolutely zero story. And then there's people who will just say, oh, like I guess there are some people who more so say like, if there is a story, it should be good. But at the same time, it's like, well, if there is a story, then it becomes a balancing act of like, is the game going to be about the gameplay or is the game going to be about the story? Because most of the time you can't do both. I disagree almost 100%. Awesome. State your claim. What is your rebuttal? What is your argument? It's good. It's huge. It's big. Toshi's a size queen. No. I'm quoting Donald Trump there. The Last of Us. Let's make a movie, but a game. And like, I think that games like that are like good and fine. Like The Last of Us, anything from Naughty Dog, the like Spider-Man game. Like I can never remember the name of the studio. The one that made Split Fiction and It Takes Two, like those games. I can't remember what the studio was, but the games that are more so like big cinematic experiences that have gameplay elements, I think that those are also really good. But those are the kind of games where you can more so point to them and be like, oh yeah, if they made a game like this, then 100%, if they didn't put enough effort into the story and put more effort into the gameplay, it wouldn't be as good. Like 100%. But those are narrative-driven games where that's the whole point. Hazelight Studio? Is that it? Is it? Oh yeah, Split Fiction. Who did It Takes Two then? It Takes Two online game. I guess it's technically an online game. 2-player. They did Hazelight Studio? Wow, I thought it was somebody else. Oh, no. You know what? I got so there was like a lawsuit or something a while ago where Take-Two Studios were trying to sue the game It Takes Two, claiming like copyright infringement of their name or something like that. And it's like that must have been what I got the two mixed up on. A shooter with no depth is mindless and will never capture my interest. The reason I enjoy Fallout 4 is specifically because it has a lot of characters and story to explore, different interactions. No, yeah. So that's the big difference there. So I'm gonna break that down into two parts there. A shooter with no depth is mindless and will never capture. So you say my interest, but I'm gonna generalize and say just like anybody's interest. That becomes immediately incorrect because games, again, like COD, fucking Modern Warfare, stuff like that, are incredibly popular and continue to just be perpetually popular. Team Fortress 2, shooter games, stuff like that, incredibly popular. But when you're talking about your interest specifically, that's where the caveat comes in, because you also say the reason I enjoy Fallout 4 specifically is because a lot of characters and stories to explore. When it comes to like Bethesda specifically, they're, to me anyway, they fall in that like middle ground where they put enough effort into their stories to where I feel like more so they put more effort into the side content than they do the main content. I feel like, because, even Fallout 3 was good. It had a good main story, but I feel like a lot of times it's not intrinsically like it's good, but it's not like outstanding, right? Which again, well, maybe not again, but then it becomes a whole conversation of like, oh, you know, like this subjective quality of like stories and games and stuff like that. Yeah, but COD isn't good. It doesn't really have to be. It just has to be entertaining, right? Because we've seen time and time again that games don't have to be good to be fun. And like that's just because I mean the same thing can be said about like Starfield or Fallout 76 or like fucking what is it? What was it? Fuck. There was Dragon Age, but there was another one that was sort of not like it, but like one before it. I can't remember. The point is, there's a lot of games that come out and like they're not intrinsically good, like they're not high quality, but they're fun, right? I feel like what most people are looking for when they play a video game isn't, you know, really, really good story or writing specifically, really, really good writing or really, really good like gameplay and stuff like that. They're just looking for something that's fun. And I feel like more often than not, there are games that fulfill that, but in different ways, right? And when it comes to Bethesda specifically, they're in that middle line. Like they put enough into the writing of like side characters and stuff like that, where there are moments in Fallout that are like really, really good and really, really hype, but the overall stories more so often than not, again, main story, isn't really all that great. But then like there's side content or like moments within the story that are just like peak fiction. Like in Fallout 4 specifically, when the Pridwin first shows up, like you kill Kellogg and then you come out of the building and then you see the Pridwin flying overhead. Peak cinema. Fucking amazing. Even better if you have Nick Valentine with you. Just top 10 moments in video game right there. But again, that's one moment in the entire storyline, which again, for Fallout 4 specifically, not great. Decent, subjective, generally, objectively, not the best. I think it depends on the type of game. Story over gameplay is Telltale or VN visual novel, while gameplay over story is FPS and fighting games. Yeah, and again, that is sort of my whole point. It's the kind of game and the kind of focus you're working on for your game. If your game is more gameplay focused, story's not going to matter as much. If the story is more the focus, gameplay is not going to matter as much. But I do in fact play Fallout 4 because it's characters, story, settlement building, etc. Feels like a real world to me. Yeah, and that's one of the things that Bethesda is really, really good at. They're really, really good at making a world that feels enjoyable to exist in. Whether the stories that exist in those worlds, whether or not the stories that exist in those worlds are particularly outstanding, is sort of another thing. Sort of like Ubisoft with the Assassin's Creed series in a sense. If the worlds are really fun to run around in, the stories that happen in them don't matter as much, but they still matter enough to where if they're not good, then it doesn't really matter how impressively detailed the worlds are or how much fun it is to interact with things in them. It's not going to be something that people enjoy. That's why people like Minecraft so much, because of how much you can interact with the world. If you couldn't fucking, build like fantastic structures, or if it was harder to build stuff like that, it wouldn't have it wouldn't have taken off. It just wouldn't have. The real world is exactly like that. Tons of side quests if you want to do. Yeah, exactly. The trap of the 7 out of 10. Yeah, pretty much. I 100% agree that games don't have to be good to be fun. Yeah, and like that's not to say that there aren't good games out there. So there's not good games out there that are bad, or there are good games out there that are bad. But that becomes a subjective experience about like which game specifically. Like I would argue fucking, what is it? Dragon Age the Veilguard. Not a great game, but it's fun. I enjoyed it. But then somebody else would enjoy. I have a friend who's like almost as big of a Dragon Age fan as I am. Known him for years. Like, he played the game just to finish it. Couldn't stand the characters. Absolutely couldn't. And I can understand why. And it's the same with almost every single game. Like, you pick any game, it's going to be two scales. One, is this a story-driven game or a gameplay-driven game? Two, is this game good or is this game fun? Like, another example I can point to. What is it? Sleeper Citizen. I think I played that on stream once. Great game. Amazing story. The gameplay is interesting, but it's like really technical based. It's basically like a dice rolling kind of thing. Point is, incredibly well written story. Just like the atmosphere, the setting, the characters themselves, chef's kiss. Beautiful game. But it's not fun. And when I say fun, I mean super engaging. It's going to be something that's going to be super subjective based on what you specifically enjoy about a game, right? If you enjoy like visual novels and stuff like that, then you're absolutely gonna like fall in love with it. If you can, if you have the reading literacy to get lost in a story like that or in a game like that, definitely gonna love it. Good game, subjective, story focused, not so much on gameplay. Gameplay is really minimum, really bare bones. I loved Sleeper Citizen. It's a great game. I haven't gotten it yet, but like soon in like the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna pick up Sleeper Citizen 2, and maybe probably go through Sleeper Citizen 1 again to do. There's some stuff in Sleeper Citizen that I didn't do the first time around. I want to go through and fuck with it and get more endings and stuff. So does that mean you'll play Marlo Briggs in the Mask of Death? I don't know what that is, but that definitely sounds like a 90s game. Just by the name alone, you know? I think you'd have to talk about the genres in this conversation. Fallout 4 is not the same genre as COD or Apex Legend. Fallout 4 is specifically designed for people who want more depth in story. Yeah, but again, like, yes, you are correct there. But then that's where, when we're splitting off into genres like that, then you're splitting off into like, you know, like FPS games, sandbox style, open world RPGs, you know, and then like, you know, horror, action, comedy, stuff like that. And it becomes a lot harder to categorize, because when you think, let me see specifically here. You say Fallout 4 is not the same as COD or Apex Legend, but it is, Fallout 4 is the same as Red Dead Redemption or, you know, Grand Theft Auto or, let's see, I guess kind of an argument could be made for like Alan Wake. I can't remember what it was, but there was one game that I came across and it was like, oh, you played like Fallout 4 and this other game, so like this game specifically is definitely for you because you played those two. I can't remember what it was, but it was a completely different game. But the point is, if you break it down into genres like that, yeah, you can get a more detailed, nuanced conversation, but then you also sort of dilute the conversation because there are many games in the same genre that have those sorts of varying degrees of quality when it comes to both gameplay and writing. So like, for example, Fallout 4 and Hatred are definitely in the same category of games. They, more so specifically, if you break it down into like, the visual style, like if you play Fallout 4 in like third person, Hatred and Fallout 4 are definitely like very similar, but I don't think we would at all in an honest conversation compare the two as if they are even remotely comparable in terms of quality, right? Which is really funny because there's a lot of people who I think disingenuously would attribute the two as being similar in levels of quality. Toshi, it's illegal to be biased towards stuff you like. You know what? Damn, that's right. You so true. So true. Also, I played the shit out of Apex Legends, but it was in fact a mindless shooter. Yeah. And that's the point. It didn't worry as much about story quality. It focused more so on the gameplay. Like, that's the reason Apex Legends is fun. Because it's not just like, if Apex Legends put more into its story as opposed to its gameplay loop, nobody would be playing it. I feel like that might have actually been one of the major downsides of Concord, because Concord was trying to be both an engaging first-person shooter game at the same time as trying to be sort of like a story-focused experience, or at least, you know, maybe on like the back end, because I'm thinking more so specifically like the the episode of what was it? It wasn't Love, Death, and Robots. It was that other. Was it on Amazon? I think it might have been on Amazon. What's that Amazon show that was like an anthology but like video games? Actually, video game anthology. Yeah, here it is. Secret Level. That's it. Secret Level. That's what it was called. That's what I'm thinking of. Like the Concord episode of Secret Level definitely made it seem like there was a lot more story elements to it, but because it's a first-person shooter game, is this the one yeah, that's the right one. It doesn't have the room to sort of interact with those story elements, so it just became what it was, a complete clusterfuck that couldn't make up its mind about what specifically it wanted to be, whether it wanted to be a story-driven narrative or a story-driven game, or if it wanted to be a first-person shooter game. It tried to do both, and it couldn't, because that's really, really difficult. You have to compromise, in a sense. That's why, that's why people look at like Fallout, for example, and they're like, oh, like it's not good, and they can make those arguments legitimately because specifically it lacks in one aspect or another, right? And like, it's not intrinsically a bad thing that it lacks in one specific aspect or another. It's just going for a specific niche, and I feel it fills that niche very well. So I want to get the looks menu and that one. I know that these guys, like a lot of the mods I'm downloading right now, work like off rip because I've tested them, and I know that they work. So I'm just like installing shit. That one, okay. I gotta catch up here. Love Sleeper Citizen. Sleeper Citizen was great. Toshi, do you know any good visual novels? Yeah. Sleeper Citizen. Good points, but I'm sorry, Toshi. There are no games. That's true. There are no games. Video games don't exist. Haters dog shit was Fallout 4 isn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's my whole point. But there are some people out there disingenuous enough. Fucking, what was it? I saw somebody like legitimately say that the quality of the writing for the NCR campaign in the Frontier was comparable, more so than anything else, to Bethesda's storytelling. And that was probably one of the most disingenuous, bad faith, just wrong comments I think I've ever seen. Ever. Because that just is leaning on such a negative associate, or such a negative history with Bethesda games specifically. Like, I saw that and I could not even consider taking it seriously because of just how bad fate that was. Injected list, yeah. Me when a piece of entertainment is entertaining, it has to be objectively good to be allowed to like. Yeah, exactly. I like the way Helldivers 2 has its story as being the war instead of a set plot specifically. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, that's... let me see. Bethesda wants to make video games that feel like cinema. I disagree, specifically because that's something that we've talked about before. We've talked about, like, the Naughty Dog games, like Spider-Man 2, or, like, Split Fiction, or The Last of Us, where a much stronger focus seems to be on the storytelling style and, like, narrative. Like somebody said earlier, like, you know, The Last of Us 2 is, like, just a movie, but you know, it's got video game elements. That is something that I would consider something that feels a lot more like cinema. Whereas, and again, this is me personally, I feel like Bethesda is making more so a video game that feels not really cinematic, but just feels more like a simulation. Like, I've said that for a while too. Like, Bethesda doesn't really make video games in the traditional sense. They more so like make simulations of video games, or like simulations that happen to be video games, right? But I feel like there are moments where, I don't know, just because of Bethesda, if Bethesda tried to make a game in the style of like a more cinematically driven game, like, again, Spider-Man 2 or The Last of Us, I think that well, actually, we don't even need to look at something like that. We have the fucking, what is it? The Indiana Jones game, right? Like, that's more or less, I guess it's closer to something like Doom or Wolfenstein, which they also did Wolfenstein and Doom, now that I think about it. Like, they own id Software, but the games like that, games like Wolfenstein or what is it? Just the Indiana Jones game. Those games are a lot closer to a cinematic experience, as opposed to a game like Fallout or Elder Scrolls or you know, Starfield, where they're open world sandbox games that have cinematic-esque styles to some of their storytelling, but they don't go about showing it to the player in the same way that some of these more visually driven games do. What's better written, Fallout 4 story versus Journal in a Random Skyrim cave? Bethesda games are Lego sets. Yeah, pretty much. That's actually pretty true. Do I have backpacks? Yeah, I installed backpacks. I'm trying to find where I was. Fallout 4 story versus Random Journal and Skyrim cave. I don't know. Probably for me, that's gonna be Fallout 4 story, more so because I hate reading. But again, when it comes to the story, there's like moments in Bethesda's storytelling that are just like pure hype, pure cinema. Like, again, the Pridwin. Peak. Sorry, I got food. That's backpacks. Where's the other thing? More fellow girls. There we go.
Like an earthquake starting to roll, I felt my world shake.
But yeah, like that's my whole point. There's always a focus when it comes to video games. Like, is the focus of this game the story that it's trying to tell, or is the focus the gameplay that it's trying to tell? Do I want high-res version? Yeah. Cool. And I don't think there's an intrinsic right answer to which one is the one that you should focus on. Because, again, clearer. More rads? No. Yes. Yes. Because like you can find success in both easily, like that 100%. 100% games can find success in either format. Olive green, that's what I want. But I feel as if part of the player's responsibility is to be able to recognize when a game is trying to make a focus in one direction or the other, and to figure out what that direction is. That way we can more accurately articulate our opinions on the subjective quality of the gaming experience. Because, god damn it, there's some people with fucking dog shit opinions on video games. Nobody here, obviously, but like, it's crazy. Do cloud in the sky, waving goodbye. Okay, so crafting highlight fix. Most companions in Fallout 4 are very well written. Most companions in Fallout in general are very well written, but at the same time, it's not objective, right? It's subjective as to how people view these characters. Because like in what is it? In the last episode of the Atomcast we did, where we brought on Bishop and Torn, two former members rather of Fallout Nuevo Mexico, right? Brought them on, talked to them. Fantastic conversation. Great dudes. Bishop Bishop in no uncertain terms made it very clear what he thinks about Preston Garvey. He does not a Preston Garvey fan. Not a fan of his character. Which I think is valid and fair. He can definitely be a little annoying at times, but I mean, we didn't get into real deep conversation about Garvey specifically, but there are definitely and like this was another thing too. I saw like a meme a while ago that was basically like, oh, Strong isn't like a good character. Like he's like everybody's like, oh, like he's great. When it's all like he's really like, I love killing humans, but he's just like, you know, placated because he thinks that you can help him find the milk of human kindness and stuff. And it's like, oh yeah. Jamaica Plains, yeah. Okay, cool. And it's like, you know, then it becomes a subjective experience. Like, how much do you think the like, what do you think of the quality of like this character's writing or this mission's writing? And that's going to be a subjective thing. Where like in the general consensus, I think that most people would say, you know, somewhere in the middle, right? There's always going to be some sort of general consensus when it comes to the subjective quality of bits of a video games as a whole, stuff like that. And then there's just going to be outlier opinions, which are usually to one extreme or another. One of the really absolutely strangest takes that I think I've ever seen about a video game was on some random TikTok channel. I can't even remember what the channel's name was. But his basic argument was like Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't a good game specifically because after like, you know, 20 hours or something, the whole cowboy shtick kind of gets old and stuff like that. And I'm all like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're playing a fucking cowboy. You're playing the cowboy simulation game, and you thought that at some point it wasn't going to cowboy anymore. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, a take like that is definitely one of the more like outlier one of the more outlier opinions, right? I very strongly doubt there's going to be like a big enough group of people who are going to be like, oh yeah, fucking, I was playing Red Dead Redemption 2, can't get into the game, too much cowboy shit. And it's like, what the fuck? It's like you're getting mad about something that was literally like on the tin. What? What exactly? Motherfuckers with no water level. Yep, right. And it's like, I don't know, because like again, I can definitely see a lot of perspectives for a lot of different arguments that are made about video games and stuff. But like when I'm getting bored of the fucking like the core element of like this video game or another video game. It's like skill issue. What can I say? You aimed, you fired, and you missed. I don't know what to tell you. I guess you literally just wasted your money. Too much water. Yeah, exactly. Oh, god damn it. And I feel like for some games, right? For some games, I feel like that could be a legitimate point of criticism. Like, I've seen some people who are like, oh, yeah, you know, like, drawing it back to Fallout 4, right? Like, oh, I played, you know, Fallout 4, and, like, the whole fucking, like, what is it? I've seen a couple people say, like, you know, the gunplay or, like, the what is it? The base building and stuff. Yeah, you know, like, I tried it a little bit. It's not for me, you know. I don't like it. And it's like, okay, you know, that definitely makes sense. Like, you know, they're not core aspects of the game itself. It's just kind of like, oh yeah, okay, I get that. That makes sense. But then when it's like you completely reject the entire like premise of the game, it's like, I don't know what to tell you, man. You bought the game, and now you're saying that you don't like the whole deal of the game. Damn, that sucks. Yeah, vanilla will do. Okay. That was that one. No more glowing objects.
Gentle and tough, you might be the man who's man.
Yeah, I have that one, don't I? Yeah, I do. That's the next one. Okay.
Who's man enough?
Oh, we got like 9 people in the chat right now. That's pretty badass. What up, chat? Did you have a good week? You better have, or I'm gonna find you. I'll find you. I don't even know what that means. It's like, oh my god, he's gonna find me because I didn't have a good week. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's that one. Just gonna sort these again. Yeah. Perfect. Okay.
Out in the
There's a towel. Man about some chems.
He asked me what's your flavor. I said I need a favor. I'm a little short of cash. I'm a good neighbor. Took a dive with the swans out in the commons with nothing on. The mutant stopped.
I didn't like Fallout 4 when I played it back near release. Came back like 5 years later and loved it. Gamers are weird these days. Constant DLCs and updates change everything. Yeah. And
we can shake it up a little. We can kick it up.
There's definitely a conversation to be made against games that receive like, you know, constant like DLC updates or like, you know, small patches and this, that, and the other thing. A lot of people who are going to be all like, oh, fucking like, if you're making a game, why don't you just like make the game? release it, and then start making a new game. Like, what is all this fucking, like, you know, like, fucking making a game that's, like, not finished and shit like that. And it's like, well, that's not, it's not really how game design works anymore. Well, the mod configuration menu, I don't fucking know why, but this just does not seem to work anymore. Got an update in May 2014, and it just hasn't worked for me since. Close. That should do. But yeah, like there's people who like kind of argue against like developers like basically like, you know, putting life support on their games to like keep them alive and keep them running and stuff like that. And it was like, oh, you know, because like I feel like that was a big argument when it comes to like Starfield. It's like, oh, the game was clearly a flop. I don't know why you're still making content for it and doing updates and stuff like that. Just like let it die and stuff like that. And I feel like for specific developers that would definitely be the case. But because of the way that Bethesda sort of supports their games for sometimes decades, it fits, it makes sense. But there is a lot of still sort of like developing conversation around games and like what they should be on launch versus like what they should like, you know, maybe hold back for like DLCs or you know, this, that, or the other thing. So I want that, and we want this. And this is the Sim Settlement stuff. Or like start to the Sim Settlement stuff, because this is a workshop stuff. But yeah, gamers are definitely weird these days. I feel like a lot of the fucking like dude bro podcasts and the whole fucking anti-woke stuff has really fucking just been a massive like a net negative on the gaming sphere. Like I cannot think of any positivity or advancement that's come about because of that shit. I can't see it. Maybe that's me. I can't see it. I feel like it's just created people who are hyper fixated on like story quality to the point where they don't fully comprehend story quality, like the quality of the story they're trying to be critical of. They're just critical for the sake of being critical. Not really. But I get the Baby Metal. Wait, but I got the Baby Metal show on Monday. That'll be fun. Studying for finals. Oh, you're weak. Okay. Baby Metal show on Monday. That's gonna be fun. Studying for finals in a degree like mine sucks. Because you don't study, you need to have this stuff in your vocab. Oh yeah, geez. Yeah, that would be kind of tough. Like a language class or something. I blame Kotaku for all of that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Did you see that Polygon got bought out? Wasn't that a thing?
So you can stay and have a good time. No need to pay. The pleasure
Or were they shutting down or something?
is ready to climb again.
Yeah, it was like a week ago.
Ready to climb again.
Stay here. Sorry, I pulled up a thing. You could say they're moist critical. I could. Jazz? Ah, that makes sense. Yeah. It's in your vocab. I figured it would probably have to be like a language or maybe like a musical thing.
I felt my world shake out of control like a world war starting to brew. Baby, it's just you. Like a cyclone.
Is Polygon shutting down, or are they just like got new owners? Can't find anything. I'm also not super interested, so you know, double whammy. Just to be clear, I said games are weird, not gamers. I feel like it's kind of both, you know. Games are definitely, you know, weird, but I feel like a lot of it is definitely, oh wait, no, I want, yeah, this one. Oops. I feel like a lot of the response is, or maybe not so much response, but I feel like the bigger part of the conversation is definitely gamers themselves. Because, like, I mean, we saw that, like, most prominently, like recently, like the most recent prominent thing was the whole conversation around, like, Doom the Dark Ages, right? There are people in the fucking like the counter conversation that, like, will just look at they'll either, like, listen to some just, like, fucking random fucking streamer and just get all their opinions from them and, like, don't question it or don't try to think critically for themselves, which, I mean, I guess I don't want to be, like, blanket statement like that. I feel like there definitely are people who just, like, you know, take information in and then, like, parrot it later. But then also definitely people who, like, take information in and then, like, do their own, like, critical research and stuff. But there are just so many people that just follow this weird narrative that's, like, hyper focused on, like, specific subjective metrics when it comes to video games, and then form this really weird maybe not arbitrary, but, like, this really weird conclusion around video games that's always, like, so, like, specifically intrinsically negative. So, like, for example, Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? In, I think, like, the first week, 2 weeks, something like that, they sold, like, 3 million copies, or had, like, 3 million players or something like that. I can never remember. I think it was sales specifically. They were like, oh, hey, we hit, oh wait, no, it was 300 players, I think. Yeah, it was 300 players. So, like, we hit 300 players, like, let's fucking go. Or not 300. We hit 3 million players. We hit 3 million players. Let's fucking go. Woo! Yeah. And then there were a lot of people who were like, that's just 3 million players. That doesn't attribute to, like, 3 million sales, because it's also on fucking Game Pass, and, like, they're not buying the game for full price. Like, they just get, like, you know, a kickback or whatever from Game Pass. And then also, like, look at the Steam numbers. Look how low the Steam numbers are, which is not taking into consideration that, one, that's just Steam, one platform out of, like, how many? It was on Epic, it was on Xbox, it was on PlayStation, it's on Steam. That's 4 right there. And then there's probably other people who, like, you know, bought it, like, maybe they bought it through, like, Windows or fucking, like, some other reseller or something like that. And so it's like, you know, oh, like, it's got such a low number on Steam. It's like, well, yeah, but Steam is the minority because that's PC specifically, and PC players are already in the minority when it comes to, you know, like, consoles specifically. Consoles are the big drivers, so a lot of that data is going to be coming from consoles. So it's like, well, of course the Steam numbers are going to be low. Most of the people who are playing this are either playing it through, like, Xbox Game Pass, or, like, bought the game and are playing it on console. So, of course, the Steam number isn't going to reflect that same, like, 3 million player count. And then they did the same thing, well, with Shadow specifically. A lot of people were like, no, those are just, like, inflated numbers. It's actually doing really, really bad because, like, it's woke and stuff like that, and the Japanese hate it and whatever. And it's like, okay, well, damn, that sucks. I guess, you know, oh, here comes Doom the Dark Ages. That's probably going to be, like, way, 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 way better because, like, oh, it's not woke because they're, like, don't have, like, you know, black people or pride flags or whatever. It's like, all right, sure, whatever. And then Doom the Dark Ages comes out, and the only argument that they can make is, oh, well, it's just not a good game. That's why it's not selling as much. And then, like, literally the next day they come out and, like, yeah, we had, like, you know, 300 million players in, like, the first week, sold, like, 7 times hit that number, like, 7 times as fast as Doom Eternal did. So like by I don't want to say like the key metrics, because there's no really like key metrics when it comes to this stuff, but like the stronger statistical metrics that we lean on for that kind of stuff, by those metrics specifically, absolutely dominated. Like the fastest selling, probably best rated Doom game of all times, and it's like, oh, it's just not good. Okay, well, why are you basing off that? It's because the Steam numbers are low. Motherfucker, what? It's so stupid. So like, again, yes, there are weird things in gaming. Like I'm not gonna fucking, you know, sugarcoat that and be all like, oh yeah, no, like fucking gaming's just like the same as it's always been. It's exactly how it's always been forever. It's like, no, that is absolutely not the case. It's changed. It's different. But at the same time, the people who are trying to like have the conversation around video games, I'm gonna move this back over here. The people who are trying to have the conversation around video games have also changed. And in some cases, not for the better, because they fucking allowed this weird brain worm to slither behind their eyes coming out from the computer screen, to where all of a sudden fucking like, you know, some influential person says something and then, oh, I guess that's it. I guess I'm not gonna, you know, try to think critically about it any further. Like, this person said it, so like that's the end of it. Son of a bitch. It's so dumb. You have green hairs and pronouns. You know what? Damn you right. Pirating AC Shadows. Let's fucking go. Like, don't get me wrong. Fucking Ubisoft. What the fuck? God damn it. Fucking absolute dog shit company. It's just like with fucking, what is it? With like Adobe products, right? It's just like with Adobe products. Me though, I legitimately bought the game. But that's because I'm an Assassin's Creed fan. If some other studio bought the license to Assassin's Creed and, you know, continued to make games like let's say, you know, fucking Rockstar bought Assassin's Creed, or like, you know, there's some deal that Ubisoft is working out with like Tencent or something, right? Let's say Tencent just bought Ubisoft, and just like, you know, Fortnite, it belonged to them and just like they owned it outright. If they did that and they continued to make Assassin's Creed games pretty much to the exact same quality as they do now, I'd be absolutely fine with that. That'd be the fucking best outcome in my opinion. Cause like, god damn it, Ubisoft out here, fucking, I think it might have been sometime last year or maybe earlier this year, I can't remember, but like they released a fucking like an NFT game, which was just like, what the fuck are you doing? And this was like after NFTs like more or less completely died. And it's just, and like, again, to preface, I've talked about this a couple times. I think that NFTs are an interesting technological idea. I think that they could definitely have some place in the build to restore load order. What?
Had to talk with a man about some cans. He asked me what's your flavor. I said,
okay, that was weird. I think that they definitely could be utilized in gaming in some sense to make like specific things more dynamic in a way. I usually like to think of it like, when it comes to NFTs, I usually like to think of them like if they were applied to like Pokemon cards, right? Then there could be a more digital application to Pokemon cards, like the whole Pokemon TCG Pocket app game, right? That's basically like just the actual physical Pokemon card game. It's just on your phone, right? But if there was like some sort of like, you know, like a cryptocurrency value connected to specific cards, and then like based on the rarity, like they're a little bit more, right? I could definitely see that being more interesting and something that could potentially be like there's sort of like a genre of games that's like play to earn, basically. There's I can't remember what the name of it is, but there's a game that's kind of like Civilization that I've been keeping my eye on for like a very long time, multiple years. And I can't remember, again, I can't remember what the name of it is, but it was going in that sort of direction, like, you know, the more you play, the more you earn kind of stuff. There's another card game that was kind of like Hearthstone that also sort of did that, and I can't remember the name of it. But anyway, I think that would be interesting, but I think more so specifically at this point, there's just been too much bad faith and precedent for people to you know, behave poorly and to act in bad faith. That it like, for all the good that could be done, it's maybe not good, but all of the interesting applications that could be applied, it's not, because the well has been far too poisoned, and it's like, man, that sucks, but I get it.
Good neighbor.
Is this it? Yes, maybe. Oh no, yeah, okay. Sorry, there was a mod on here that is no longer on the Nexus, but I think I found the replacement for it. Non-Pokemon token NPTs, yeah, exactly. Ubisoft got what they sowed. They absolutely did. Fucking, like, don't get me wrong. Again, I'm a huge Assassin's Creed fan. I love the Dragon Age franchise. If Ubisoft and EA both right now just disappeared off the face of the map, I wouldn't be sad. I'd be bummed, because that means we won't get another Dragon Age or another Assassin's Creed game. But, like, shit sucks. Let me make a quick change here to the document. Hold on. Pleasure is mine. Formatting. Copy that. How are we looking on TikTok? TikTok looks good. And then insert link. Apply. Perfect. And for now, I'm going to leave that unmarked so I can go back and test that. It's the same with people saying Xbox is dying in a similar way. So I'm gonna actually, let me. I wanna comment on that specifically, but I want you to elaborate on that specifically, because I feel like the thing I want to comment on isn't the thing that you're commenting on, and I just want to make sure that I'm talking about the same thing before I just fucking dive into some fucking schizo nonsense. Add? Replace. Hold on. Okay, so what does it replace? Replaces the vanilla scopes with see-through scopes. Okay, yeah, so instead of combat scope, it would just get rid of short scope. I guess replace, yeah. Yes, okay. baby, it's just you.
You leave me breathless. I'm feeling reckless. Pardon me, please. The fallout's blowing through. But baby, it's just you. Help me rescue my heart.
Oh.
Save me from falling apart.
Run loot real quick just to
Baby, I'm sure you got
sort them out.
the cure.
Cool. Okay.
Like a train wreck, jump on a track or a car deck, missing a jack. What's the Queen of Hearts to do?
Because like I've been seeing a lot of
It's just
interesting stuff about the whole quote unquote like console war stuff. Which I think is really going to like change the game up. Like a lot. Because I mean it's something that we've been like kind of talking about has kind of been something that's kind of been like talked about for a while now.
help me rescue my heart.
The HUD framework.
Save me from
Yes, but that doesn't work with something. I can't remember what though.
me, baby. I'm sure you got the power.
Let me get these real quick.
Like a mother,
Because if the one works, these are made by the same people. These
my words
high quality map mods.
goodbye, radiating through and through. Baby, it's just you.
Where's the other one?
Radiating through and through.
Oh no, they're all user interface. Okay.
It's just baby. It's just baby.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. So they're probably gonna be working anyway. But yeah, for like the last couple months, there's been like conversation and talks, and rumors and like very likely like leaks and stuff, that say that Xbox is working with Steam so that they can put Steam, maybe not put Steam on Xbox, but make it so that like certain Steam games can be played through the Xbox. I just said that because last year and whatnot, people were constantly saying that Xbox was bad and should just give up on it. But I don't know. It's probably just Sony fanboys freaking out. I mean, it's probably most likely that what you're thinking specifically, because the fucking like console war fanboy stuff is so fucking stupid. Like, I think that more so specifically, like on the average, PlayStation has better exclusives, but I think a lot of those times it's specifically what people are pointing to as like the better exclusives are usually like cinematic first-person experiences, whether they be something like Spider-Man 2, that's a lot more like heavily cinematic focused, or something like, God of War, where it's a linear story that for the scale has a larger focus on like leveled world building and, again, story crafting. I think a lot of the times PlayStation could be looked at as the stronger of the two when it comes, or the stronger in general when it comes to story crafting, as opposed to gameplay crafting. And I feel like more often than not, Xbox is more so the one that has a stronger focus on gameplay, whether it be specifically like, multiplayer, co-op, stuff like that. It doesn't matter. I feel like more so Xbox doesn't bring it in terms of storytelling, but they bring it in terms of gameplay. Me personally, that's what I think when it comes to the whole console debate thing. When the US runs out of rare earth minerals, we buy all of our game consoles from China anyway. Well, I mean, we already technically do that. We just buy the resources in order to make the consoles, right? Like, we get specifically, like, there's some kind of, I forget what it was, but there's some kind of rare earth element that we get from China specifically, that we use to make, like, transistors or processors or something. I can't remember off the top of my head.
'Cause I'm the one you're
but like, you know, that like, it's one of those things where it's like, we technically already do. We just get like the components and stuff and then build the actual things and then like, you know, fucking ship them to Thailand or something to get put together. And then that makes the Xbox. I'm an Xbox guy, and I think the console war is dumb. I just want a game. Yeah, like I've more people than not are aligned in the same way. What was the last thing I installed? Robco patch. I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. I think that there's more so like I would probably posit that maybe like 95%, maybe. I'd probably even go so far as to say that 98% of people that play video games, specifically consoles, don't really care about the console war stuff. They just want to play video games. But the points where it becomes a conversation of like the whole console war thing, specifically, are either industry driven or are driven by that like those 2% of people who are all like, hey, fucking, I hate PlayStation or I hate Xbox. I'm gonna fucking like either intentionally or unintentionally fan the flames of the console war. And then like probably like half of those people, so like 1%, are like actively doing so maliciously. And then the other half are no. Okay, so I already have that. The other half are responding to some other, you know, dust up or controversy. So it's like, you know, it's like fucking revenants of the console wars, arguing with bad faith actors, and then like those two things, actively kicking up other discourse and other conversation about the console wars, and then the vast majority of everything else, of everybody else, is just like, shut up, nobody fucking cares, we just want to play video games. Look, fucking Spider-Man and Master Chief and such. There's about 17 of them. China has 80% of the world's supplies. Yeah. And we buy resources and then we make consoles and shit. That's how international trade work. Success. But yeah, more so specifically, because like I said, there's been talks for a while at this point that Xbox is trying to work with Steam to make it so that certain Steam games can be played on Xbox. Which game specifically, I don't know, but if I were to hazard a guess, I'd probably say specifically like games that have, you know, controller functionality, like full controller functionality. I very much doubt that you're going to be able to play like, you know, not that. Let's open up soon. Something more, less stick driven, more computer. I very strongly doubt that you're going to be able to play like, you know, Shadows of Doubt box anytime. Watch, it's going to already be on fucking Xbox. God damn it. I jinxed myself on that. I don't think that you're going to be able to play like, no, Carrion's also on console, I'm pretty sure. Probably not going to be able to play Content Warning or like Lockdown Protocol on console anytime soon. Fucking White Knuckles on console, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe it's coming to console.
Took a walk out in the fence.
Kingdom and Castles. Fucking Civilization 7 might actually also already be 6 and 7. 6, I think, is on console. But point is, fucking Schedule 1. Schedule 1 I could probably see coming to console, but at this point, no. Point is, there's definitely some Steam games that do not have console integration and would probably be pretty difficult to make connectable to a console, or to a controller specifically. So I feel like those games wouldn't. But then, like, again, a lot of other games that do have console integration would most likely be playable either directly on or via the Xbox. You know, using the Xbox is more so like a secondary device in which to like connect to a Steam account or like access a Steam library on, right? I could see something like that. If that were to happen, the console wars would be over. It'd be just completely over. Xbox, well, let's be clear. Steam has already won. Steam has won for the longest time. Steam has been the unequivocal, absolute, like 110%, no questions, zero debates. Steam won forever ago. You could probably say that Steam won back when fucking Half-Life 2 came out. When fucking Portal came out. When maybe, I don't know if I'd go as far as to say Half-Life 1, but like Half-Life 2 easily, like absolutely won. They won. And we're just living in the aftermath of it. This is Steam's internet. We all just live in it. Literally. But when it comes to the console war specifically, if Steam were to be accessible through Xbox, like that's it. Game over. Console wars are over. Xbox won. But in that same vein, I feel like two things are going to happen. One, I feel like PlayStation most likely would no longer be putting out first-person games. So it would either be a case of first-party games are just not going to be a thing anymore. Specifically on Xbox sides, obviously it wouldn't be. Because you have Xbox Game Pass, meaning that you can play Xbox games on your PC, and then you have Steam on Xbox, meaning that you can play Steam games on your Xbox. So they basically become exactly the same library. Again, there's going to be outliers. Obviously, there's going to be certain games that aren't going to be available on Xbox Game Pass. And obviously, there's going to be certain Steam games that aren't going to be available on Xbox. There's still going to be platform specific between the two, but that's more of a technology thing than any sort of driving market decision, right? I feel like the games that PlayStation made that were first party, like, you know, Detroit Become Human or like Spider-Man and shit like that, I feel like those games would still be available on Steam, but going forward, any games after that probably wouldn't be ported over to Steam. Specifically because if they did that, then they're effectively giving their game to Xbox as well. Unless they had some sort of like specific clause or like contractual thing to where it's like, if we put this game on Steam, it cannot be accessible through the Steam integration with the Xbox, but it can be played on Steam. And then, you know, obviously you wouldn't have to worry about getting put on Game Pass because it's not an Xbox game. That would be one possibility. I feel like the other possibility would be that they just don't put games on Steam anymore. And by way of that, it means that they can make their games specifically and exclusively for their consoles using their hardware and their, you know, in-house software and stuff like that. And I feel like for PlayStation, that would really, 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 really benefit them, because then they can use literally 110% of, well, actually, they probably already have been doing it with their console exclusives, but that would allow them to make their games for their console specifically, or at least, you know, the exclusive ones. And they don't have to worry about the limitations of anything else, which I feel like could really push the, like the bleeding edge of what they can do with their technology. Because I feel like PlayStation, as we talked about before, PlayStation has always been like hyper focused on, you know, graphics and story and stuff. And I feel like that they would just be able to like double and triple down on that aspect of their that aspect of their design process specifically, and their game, like those games would just like go absolutely crazy. I think that those would just go bananas. But at the same time, I also don't feel like that would happen, because that's more so specifically what Nintendo does, right? Like, Nintendo does pretty much exactly that. Like, they're I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that there are games that Nintendo, like, at the very least, like, publishes, that, you know, end up on Steam and aren't specifically, like, made just for their consoles, right? Like, you know, there's Mario and there's Pokemon and there's Zelda and stuff like that. Those games are never, ever gonna end up on Steam or Xbox legitimately. But then there's like other games that, you know, like Bayonetta, Devil May Cry, aren't those like technically like closer to like Nintendo than anything else? Maybe I'm thinking PlayStation. Maybe I am. I don't know. I can't. But like, you know, let's say that there is, or let's say that there's not, right? Then that means Nintendo is just making games for their console, which, like, okay, cool. Then you have the case of like there's two competing Japanese companies that exclusively make games for their console only, and I feel like because Steam and Xbox now have this sort of like symbiosis between the two, I actually want to do a brand new, no, not desktop. I fucked up. Oh well, I'll reload it. Because Xbox and Steam have that, like, you know, synergy now, like they're working in tandem with each other, then I feel like the only real competition when it comes to like which developer or like which console company specifically makes the better product, then it becomes a competition between Nintendo and PlayStation, going for like that market specifically. And I feel like that just isn't a winning battle for either of them. So I don't feel like that would be a viable or a likely outcome either. So we're in this situation where it's like there's two options and neither of them seem likely to happen. So like, what's going to happen? And, you know, I don't know. Maybe the most likely situation is that both Nintendo and Sony figure out some way to just kind of like coexist. Maybe, I don't know, maybe Sony focuses on not producing like third-party games. You know, maybe any of the games that come out for PlayStation specifically are going to be made by PlayStation. And not by like another studio or something. I mean, PlayStation isn't a studio, but you know, maybe they just kind of like consolidate even like deeper and further, or maybe Nintendo does that, or because like Nintendo isn't going to lose in any sort of competition with like, you know, Xbox or PlayStation or anything. Like that's not going to happen. As much as it maybe probably should, it's not going to happen. They like. Pokemon is the most fucking profitable IP on the planet, and like that's just how it is. They're doing something with that money, and it's definitely not making Pokemon games better. I'll tell you that much. So it's like, I don't know, like, you know, I don't know. And I also don't think that PlayStation is just going to like disappear. Like that's definitely not going to happen. It's going to be in this weird gridlock for a while, I feel. Like we just have multiple, and I mean, who knows? Maybe it could be a situation where like PlayStation and Nintendo can just like, you know, coexist with each other. And it's like, if that's the case, cool. But it, like, you know, that's just not the nature of competition when it comes to shit like this. These don't seem to be working as much, like all this dark right here on the ivy. The shadows are very dark. I'm gonna turn that off and see what we're working with. Also, this is working. The mods that we got so far installed are working. Fuck yeah. Is that one? Yeah, it's that one. Okay. God, I really dig this map. I really like the colored one, the one that's like closer to Fallout 76. That one's good, but like like with the buildings and stuff, oh, it's clean, very good, very, very good. People have been saying that PlayStation would remove their games from Steam, which is not something they could do. They could afford to do in the long run. Yeah, like the games that are already on Steam, those aren't coming off. I feel like I believe that there is a stronger likelihood that those would remain on the platform. And just in a situation where Xbox is able to play Steam games, I feel like they would just have they would be like, hey, here's our new contract. Since you guys are doing this now, we don't allow those games to be played on Xbox, stuff like that. Or fuck, who knows? Maybe they're just gonna be, actually no, because there was like, hold on, because there was a thing. I saw a TikTok video that talked about that a little bit. There's something going on with the casual lover walking out the door in the morning. Yeah, here it is. I want a man who can stand on his own without looking for another lover. Okay. Every night. Shit, come on. Yeah, here it is. Okay. This is from Gaming Bible. Xbox finally set to get PlayStation exclusives, it appears. It looks like Xbox would get some PlayStation exclusives, but not in the way you might expect. Some of PlayStation's biggest exclusive games, Last of Us, Spider-Man, God of War. These titles are since made their way to PC. Sony hasn't brought them to other systems. Meanwhile, Xbox new multi-platform strategy has led to the likes of Doom: The Dark Ages and Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion Remastered and Gears of War Reloaded coming to the PS5. Doom: The Dark Ages. What's more, it involves the initiative. The innovative. I can't read. The innovative minds at Xbox are allegedly planning on integrating PC storefront into the next generation of hardware, according to the new report from Windows Central. That means you might be able to run your Steam library from the next Xbox, which would be that'd be badass. Which we've already talked at length about. This can mean the next Xbox console would effectively be sold as PCs with custom operating systems, which isn't too far from what they currently are. That's how they've always been. If Toshi were personified as a TikTok song, what song would it be? Fucking loud static. green static specifically. I've been seeing like every once in a while I'll like see like an ad for like, oh, this app that just plays like different sounds and stuff. And it's supposed to be like relaxing and whatnot. And I remember seeing one that was like, oh, this is what like green sound is like. This is what green sounds like. It just sounded like fucking trash. I don't know how it was supposed to be relaxing at all. It didn't sound like nothing. It sounded just like, I can't even remember. It was like static, but it was like, I don't know. They were trying to make it sound more like the wind or something. It was fucking dumb. The big difference here is that you'll be able to use clients like Steam and Epic Game Store on the system. And Epic Game Store. That's interesting. And be able to run games natively from there. With Sony having brought over a large chunk of its exclusive libraries from PC over the last 5 years, it means that Xbox gamers could potentially be playing Ghost of Tsushima on their next Xbox console. Okay, so this is basically just saying like what you were saying, where like old games from PlayStation that were more so PlayStation exclusives that are now on Steam could then be played on could then be played on Xbox by way of the Steam store. Yep, that's more or less what it's saying there. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, again, I don't think that newer, like, if all of this were to happen, because again, nothing's been like confirmed, right? Nothing's been confirmed that Steam is 100% going to be coming to Xbox. There's a high likelihood, seeing as how everybody's like talking about it. No guarantee, which fair. Ooh, let me make sure I'm getting the right one on this one. Hold on. Yes, that one.
Show me what you got. If you're feeling lucky tonight.
Yeah, okay. But if it does, again, I feel like it's going to be a situation to where PlayStation is going to be like, okay, we're not going to put any of our new first party releases or like, you know, quote unquote console exclusives. Because hilariously enough, if they were to continue to, they couldn't even call them console exclusives anymore at that point, because it's like, what console are you being exclusive against? Like, it's not Xbox. Xbox has just like Xbox just turned their back on you and fucking walked away from the conversation. You're trying to be exclusive with Nintendo. Nintendo doesn't do third party stuff. Like, their shit dies on their consoles. Which was this? Oh yeah, yes. So like they would have to call it something else. Yeah, it could still exist, I guess. Like maybe Xbox would still continue to make like, oh, these are like, I don't know, because then even if Xbox continued to make like first party exclusive stuff, like specifically for the Xbox, it would still end up on PC anyway because of like Game Pass. But then it's like, it's not PC, then it's Xbox. I don't know. Then it starts to get into like the weird meta of it. But the point is, they would either have to prevent their stuff from going up on Steam, which, based on how they roll out content, means that, you know, because what they usually do is they roll the game out and then usually wait like 2 or 3 years and then roll it out on Steam, and then they see like another revenue gain from that because now the games are on Steam. I mean, I guess they could do that, but that just seems like a big revenue loss, even if it's like delayed from the initial launch. So I guess from a financial standpoint, they would kind of have to be doing that still. They would still eventually have to put their games out on Steam. That would actually probably make the most sense from like a business standpoint. They would continue to do that, but then say like, hey, these games are coming from Steam or from PlayStation. They're going to be on Steam now, but they are not going to be playable on Xbox Game Pass, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's already the case for games that are already on Game Pass that have come from Steam, or that have come from PlayStation via Steam. Right? I don't even know what I just said there. Steam games that are originally from PlayStation already cannot be played on Game Pass, obviously. So I feel like it would continue to be that same effect, right? If they were to merge, then it becomes like, hey, just don't, we don't want these on Game Pass. Or maybe they will. Maybe they'll be like, hey, you know what? Xbox is making this big move. We don't want to, because the console developers don't like the whole console war stuff. So they're probably just gonna be like, hey, you know what? We're still gonna do the whole fucking like, you know, port over to consoles, or, you know, port over to Steam after a certain number of years. We don't care if people who are playing them on Steam, like if they end up on Xbox, fuck it, whatever. The button integration happens anyway. As long as it all, you know, passes over and we're still getting the money for it, doesn't matter. I think that would probably be like the good outcome, you know? That way you can play console exclusives from PlayStation on the Xbox just like a couple years later, and it's through Steam. I think that would probably be a little bit too much of a stretch. I think that specifically, I think that it's more likely that Steam, or that they continue to put their stuff out on Steam and just have this little clause like you can't play the game through, like the game can't be accessed through Steam on an Xbox console. I think that would probably be the most likely scenario that we would see. I'll exclusive your consoles, buddy. Modern Mafia gangsters, exactly. PlayStation just may have to accept it one way or the other. I mean, maybe. I think that at the end of the day, it's a company. As long as they make money on it, I can't imagine that they care too much. Launching away from Steam can also mess up the hype. Borderlands 3 and Outer Worlds come to mind. Valve Steam being a private company might be divine intervention for gaming. It very, very much might. Like Steam probably, like I think, again, like just taking it all back to Steam becoming or like coming to Xbox, right? Just that in general happening at all puts the whole kibosh. Do I have the mod configuration? Hold on. Yes, I do. But I don't think it works, so if Steam does get put on Xbox, like that's the end of the console war, like regardless. Like that's just it. Game over. MCM setting manager now. Yeah, okay. Cloud in the sky, I felt my world start waving goodbye, radiating through it. Trust in Gaben. Yeah, exactly. Dude made like fucking 3 games and is just continues to keep winning. What's the meme? Like fucking do nothing, keep winning. What's this business strategy called? I've been hearing, speaking of like fucking Valve specifically, I've been hearing that I've been hearing some more like rumblings about like Half-Life 3. I saw something that was like, oh, we're going to be getting Half-Life 3 before GTA 6, but in less of like a meme sort of way and more in actual like, no, yeah, this shit's actually happening kind of way. Has there been like legitimate conversations about Half-Life 3? Is that actually happening, or is that just more copium for something that's probably not going to happen for like another 10-15 years? This also fits into the Xbox Play Anywhere model. Yeah, they're leaning more into that. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the next fucking Xbox console cannibalized a lot of stuff from the from Google Stadia's model and was basically just like a flash drive that you can connect to like a fucking, like connects over the internet and connects to like a server farm or something somewhere. I guess then that kind of cuts out a lot of the physical media stuff. I don't know, that probably wouldn't happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some sort of connectivity thing where it's like, oh yeah, here's a disk drive, but then you also plug in this like USB or whatever, or it's like it's a part of the thing to where it's literally just like a disk drive that will play the game or like connect to the game via like, you know, the internet and then like to a server farm or whatever, to where it plays the game off of the servers. But like it sends it to your device and then send it to the TV. I could definitely see that. I don't know how that would work in practice, like in actuality, the actual like logistics of it, but I could definitely see that being something that PlayStation or that Xbox goes for, especially since they're building on this whole like, you know, play anywhere motto. Do nothing, competition shoots themselves in the feet, win. Yeah, that's it. Yep. No Half-Life 3, all Valve games are labeled HL something while in development, and that's where people got it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
kind of pleasure.
Yeah, I remember seeing that shit and I'm all like, no way. No, it's not happening. They're like, there's no Half-Life 3.
So sit down, your
There's never a Half-Life 3. It's not real. It's never gonna be real. And that means that there's never gonna be a Portal 3. Oh god. Horrible. Horrible. Sad. F's in the chat. F's in the chat for no Portal 3. This is so sad. Like if you cry every time. Where's it? So that was the sort folder category thing. We got the looks menu. Let's get the level up menu. Also, a fun fact for anybody for the music that we were playing in the background. It's only 5 songs. This album, Fallout 4 original game soundtrack by Linda Carter on Spotify, is only 5 tracks. And that's fucking crazy. Download? There it is. Okay.
I got lips. Ruby.
Half-Life 3 is like GTA 6. The hype is too much for the game to live up to. I feel like, yeah. But I feel like if there's any games that could actually live up to the hype, I feel like GTA 6 would definitely be that game. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it'd be a little bit, because, you know, just specifically like the scope and the detail of Rockstar games, right? GTA specifically. Well, no, Rockstar in general. Come on. There we go. Just missing the box there every time I tried to click on it. So it's like, I feel like if there's any games ever that live up to the hype, it's anything put out by Rockstar. So that was the level up. Is the photo mod?
If you got style,
No, last updated February 2021. Damn it.
to please in a smile, it makes me weak.
Yeah, if there's any game that would always live up to the hype, it's fucking Rockstar and GTA. I feel like it would be harder for Half-Life 2 specifically because that's like a, you know, single player narrative experience. And in today's fucking hyper critical game environment, I feel like it would be a much harder sell. But like GTA 6, 100% gonna live up to it. Is it this one? Is this the... Check it. Let me...
I don't need another casual lover.
Let me grab this one and move this. Actually, no, you know what? Let me just put that there. Then I'll worry about that
Who can
later.
stand on his own without looking for another lover every night.
Yes, okay.
If you got style,
Alex was very well received. Alex was very well received, but I feel like
it makes me weak.
that
If you're a guy,
partially
he's and tough. You might be the
was like really good because of the advancements, or specifically because it was a VR game and what specifically it did with that situation. Again, I feel like it could, like Half-Life 3 could live up to that, but I also feel like it would be a hard sell. When did that game come out again? I can't remember. It came out in It also came out in 2020, so you know that was when the pandemic was happening and we didn't have anywhere else to be. Like that was something that Ubisoft actually said about Assassin's Creed Shadows, Valhalla specifically, because I think Valhalla was one of their like fastest selling or like their best selling games or something like that. And they said like, hey, you know, we can't We can't use Valhalla as a as a measuring stick because of how unprecedented times were during its release, right? Like it was locked down, nobody had anywhere to go, everybody was being told to stay indoors, so it's like that was the perfect time to be a video game company, because that just meant that everybody was staying inside playing video games and watching Netflix.
The mutant stopped to savor all my back.
So it definitely had a lot going for it at that time. But again, it's Half-Life, and I feel like it definitely could pull it off. But again, because of how it didn't it didn't have. If Half-Life Alyx were to release today, classic, yes. The fucking anti-woke fucking basement dwelling gremlins would be fucking crawling out of the woodworks to be like, you woman, she's not attractive. They'd be fucking frothing at the mouth to fucking drag that shit. Because like it doesn't matter how good the writing is. It doesn't matter how good the studio that developed it is. If it's considered quote unquote woke, there's gonna be fucking degenerates going after it because they got fucking mold in their brain. Because that's exactly what they did. Oh, that's the I guess I'm gonna have to go through and tinker with that. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Get it while it's hot. I'll meet you in the middle. You can show me what you got.
No, the whole thing.
If you're feeling lucky tonight.
There we go. Okay. Because that's what they did with what was it? Interstellar.
I flash my style. I show my rings. I do
No, that's not it.
boys a favor.
It's that new Naughty Dog game.
Manual labor. It's good to be a good neighbor. Yeah.
Intergalactic, that's what it was, the Heretic Prophet. That had fucking one cinematic trailer, and then like I think, it was a little bit longer than that, but like recently, they had to put the actress who is playing the lead or is playing the role of the character that was in that cinematic trailer. I can't remember the name of the actress or the character. But the actress specifically had to be put in like a boot camp to be fucking like taught how to best like respond to just like unhinged hatred on the internet. And like that's fucking crazy. We don't know anything about the gameplay. We don't know anything about the story. We barely know anything about like the game's setting, and yet just because the main character of the game isn't a fucking like 10 out of 10 AI generated supermodel, the game's woke, and they're like fucking degenerates are going after the main character or the lead actress, and it's unhinged, and it's so fucking brain rot and stupid. And like if Half-Life Alyx released like today, it was announced today even, it would probably have the exact same treatment. Like there would be a little bit less, I feel, because she's a pre-existing character, but there would 110% be some fucking group of morons who would be like, they fucking uglified her from how she was in the fucking original in Half-Life 2. You can clearly see that they fucking made her more fat around like these areas, and then fucking gave her like, you know, muscles, and like that's gay and all this, because like that's the exact same conversation they did with who was it? fuck, who was it? There was some, it wasn't like I'm thinking like more so recent stuff, not like, you know, Aloy from like way back in the day. There was some more recent character that they did that to, where it's like, oh, they just like fucking uglified her from what the original version was, and I can't remember what it was, but it's just so, people just so hyper fixated on the dumbest fucking things that hold practically better console. Yes, I do need that. That hold practically zero impact on the game itself. Better console. Yeah, I want to hold off on those two. I think that's actually everything. Also think Gabe said Half-Life 3 would need brain chips. Yeah, probably. You get the fucking the actual sensory impact of the game. Silent Hill 2 remake? Was it that? I spelled silent so wrong. And you guys are never gonna know how bad I spelled it. Was it Silent Hill 2? I mean, I think like yes, because there's like a character in that game that is like she's like an assault victim or something like that. She's like a 19-year-old assault victim, and people are like, oh, they made her ugly. It's like, oh, sorry, I didn't realize that was like fetish, like, you know, making this character specifically like hyper attractive was the whole point of the game. I think that was the thing for Silent 2, but that wasn't the thing that I was thinking of specifically. I can't remember what it was. It was not the Tree Spriggans from Oblivion. It was something like in between those two, and I can't remember what it was. But again, it was something along those two instances where they're like, oh, she's not as fucking hot as she was back in like the early 2000s or whatever. It's like, who fucking cares? Toshi, cello face. Google, did you mean hooked on phonics for adults? Yes. I'm sorry. I goofed up. Please don't make fun of me. Oh god. But yeah, I really butchered the spelling on it. But yeah, no, yeah, it wasn't Silent Hill 2. It was something else. I can't remember. Last of Us 2. No, that's like an old thing. I'm talking like they remastered an older game, but not like Oblivion old. And a lot of people are saying that one of the female characters was made less attractive. I can't. Oh, it's gonna fucking drive me insane. Have you got a history that needs erasing? Did you come in just for the beer and cigarettes? A broken down dream you're tired of chasing. Ooh, I'm just the girl to make you forget. I mean, I did a quick research, doing a quick research thing, and they're fucking talking about like the character, or like the female character that's seen in like the trailers for what is it? The new Fable game, but that's not who I'm thinking of. Oh, it was that's who it is. It's fucking fucking is it fuck, hold on. Yeah, it's fucking Ciri from the Witcher series. They're all like fucking, oh, they made her fucking less attractive. Yeah, like here, let me, oh fuck. Like, yeah, like they're all like, oh, like this is how she looked in like The Witcher 3, and then they put out the cinematic trailer, and like she looks like this, and they're like, oh, they fucking made her like ugly. She's not hot anymore, and it's like, my brother in Christ, what the actual fuck are you talking about? Look at this woman. Look at this incredible craftsmanship. Look at this specimen. This is a conventionally attractive woman. This is a video game. My guy. My gamer. Get off the PC. Go out and touch grass. Son of a bitch. Like, I can't. For the life of me, I cannot. Like, this one? Yeah. Okay, sure. She's kind of fine looking. This? Oh. My God. Beautiful creature. Wow. I can't. Oh, they made her ugly. My God. Brain rot. Actual fucking brain rot. I do not think there is something... I do think there is something with how face scans are done in modern games that looks weird to me. Kojima and Kingdom Come Deliverance do it better. Well, like it's a lot of it has to do with just like the uncanny valley, and I think specifically there's definitely some countries that do it better. Or yeah, there's some companies that do it better than others. Kojima specifically, if we're talking about him, like that's definitely always been a big focus of his games, I think. Character emotion and delivery through facial animations and stuff like that. So that's me personally. I feel like that's always been a bigger part of his like modern game development arc. But the uncanny valley isn't really what we're talking about here. We're talking about fucking gooners who are all like, oh, this is peak beauty and this is fucking uglification, despite the fact that, you know, this is closer to real life than, you know, this or this. Yeah, it was 100% Siri. Like, I can't. Don't underestimate the Gooner vote. I'm not underestimating them. I fucking talk about it a lot. I never underestimate the anti-woke or like the Gooners arguments and stuff like that. I don't underestimate them. I just think their arguments are fucking stupid. They don't make sense. They can't back them up. They're usually based off of fucking either subjective evidence or no evidence at all, and it's just echo chamber shit. It's just glass marbles rattling around inside of an empty head. It's just brain rot. Just pure, unadulterated brain rot. Is that the one I want? That would be... Okay, sorry, I'm looking at the mods here real quick. I guess so, yeah. This would be the next one. Did you ever play Marbles? Like the actual game Marbles? No. Did I play with marbles? Yeah. Okay, what is this? Ah, yes. Come on. I guess that's fine.
Took a walk out in the fence. Had to talk with a man about some cans. He asked me what's your flavor. I said I need a favor. I'm a little short of caps, but I'm a good neighbor.
Yeah, I suppose that's fine. Just looking at the... So this mod is silent UI and allows you to basically like mute various different audio cues in a game. I mostly originally just used them to mute the perk abilities. Because, like, you know, I forget what Idiot Savant does specifically. I think it's you gain XP from just, like, random things. It can be from, like, finding a city, killing somebody, picking up a weapon, shit like that. And it always bugged the crap out of me because, like, you'd just be, like, wandering around, fucking minding your own business, and then all of a sudden the Idiot Savant perk would go off, and you'd be like, and you'd be like, stop. You're so fucking annoying. Oh, fuck. I hate it. I keep the legendary stuff, keep the workshop stuff. Battle music, I just turn that shit off myself. That's fine. Cool. Okay. It's good to be a good neighbor. How do you feel about most 4chan moderators having .gov or .eu emails? That's dumb. I think more so than anything, that's just poor fucking what is it? That's just poor security. Like especially now. Like, I like earlier in 4chan's life, I feel like there was a bit more uncertainty for what it may potentially be. So if they're like, you know, older members and they have like a .gov or a .eu email, it's still not smart, but I feel like it makes a little bit more sense. But when it comes to like newer accounts that know what kind of relationship or what kind of notoriety 4chan has with like the rest of the internet, I feel like if you're going into a situation like that where you want to like participate actively on the boards and stuff, and you're using a .gov or a .education email, you're not smart. I feel like you're actively stupid, actually. Because, like, even if you're just, like, you know, on there just, like, minding your own business, not doing, like, weird shit or anything, all it takes is just accidentally going onto one board, or just, like, one board in specifically getting associated with something, like, fucked up or weird, and then, like, somebody's gonna troll through that shit, or, like, trawl through that, find a whole bunch of stuff. They're gonna find you. They're gonna see it connected to a .gov or a .eu email, and then you're just gonna have like not a great time. Things are gonna get real fucking weird for you real quick. And I feel like that's just like that skill issue. You didn't think this through very well. What is this? What is this flag? What is this circle? This is a dummy plugin. It contains no record and is typically used to load a paired archive file. Interesting. Which one is this? Interesting. Yeah, because I know exactly what mods those are connecting to. Interesting. Okay. So that was the silent UI. Okay. Let's run loot on this and then test out this mod. The silent UI mod. Oops, wrong one. I did join a unique D&D Hunger Game thing last week. It was cool. Yeah? What was it? Fill us in. What's the skinny? Oops, I need to... There we go. Okay. Sick. Fucking... What are we at? 3 hours in. 3 hours into the stream, and we're actually getting to like some actual like new mod stuff. Like before, we were just kind of plugging in stuff that was already there. All right, I'm gonna have to pause the music real quick. Damn. Sick. All right. Let's load this up real quick. Since this one's sound based, I need to be able to hear if there's things that I turned off actually play a sound effect or not. I think leveling up was one of them. Leveling up, gaining experience.
War never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
There was another one that I downloaded. Had it for the longest time. It's called Silent Protagonist. I think what it does on the back end is it just turns off both the animation, maybe specifically just turns off the animation that's supposed to cue related to specific audio, like when your character talks specifically, and then also cuts that audio out. So effectively what happens is it just skips your dialogue there. And it was nice because I didn't have to fucking worry about that shit. But then when we load up here in the post Fallout Prime modding world, it just doesn't work, and I have yet to find a mod that does the same thing, which is a bummer. Move the mouse out of the way here. All right. We were in hell and had to fight to escape, but only one could leave, and my character was the only one to make it to the end. Everyone else died halfway somehow. So it was more like a race kind of thing, like you're racing to get to the fly or spider. That's a fly. You're racing to get to the exit of hell. That's kind of crazy. I think I got him. Pretty sure he's dead. Oh, I forgot to turn this shit off. Yeah, something weird is definitely going on with that. We're gonna have to test this out because this is not how the Vine stuff is supposed to look. Okay, so that's the mission. Oh yeah. Yeah, because these are these missions that are popping up here. These are supposed to play a sound effect, I think.
No,
they're not. Oh, yep. That was gaining experience. Cool. It does work. Sick. So we can mark that as green. Where is it? There it is. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. Do. Good. Okay, readjust here. Good. Three hours into the stream, finally Fallout 4 for a whole 5 minutes. Hilarious. Okay. This next one is silent generators and turrets. This one does not actually from what I remember, this does not actually delete the sound of turrets. It just makes them a little quieter. So we should be good to just load in here. I think the reason my character won was because he was a necromancer. I could see that. Some skeletons, shit like that. Tell him get the fuck out of the way. Hell yeah. Yeah, I did a little, more specifically a necromancer that can raise himself as well. There you go. He's got a built-in contingency plan in case he dies. That's pretty badass. I haven't played any D&D stuff myself. But I have played, there's a Fallout, tabletop game. There's a couple, actually. Those aren't working. Are they supposed to be working on this? Oh, no. It's these ones. Okay, so they are working. Sick. These bushes right here are modded, so they're working. Yeah, these guys are supposed to be like a replacement for like stuff similar to these guys, but they're a little bit different. But they're working, so that's good. These though, I don't know what's going on with these. These guys are definitely not working the way they're supposed to. But yeah, the D&D, right? There's like a couple of different Fallout tabletop games made by this company called Modifius, I think. No, there's an H in there, so it's Modifius. And it's really cool. It functions kind of a little bit like D&D, a little bit more streamlined in a sense, because the game isn't, as crazy detailed and expansive and shit. But it's pretty fun. I like it. Other than that, I played obviously Baldur's Gate 3, which is just like straight D&D but video gamed. So it's a little bit more scaled back, but more or less it's pretty it's pretty accurate. That's real fun. I like that. I need the turret, right? It's funny because my character's like 90 years old. Hell yeah. Like he's gonna end up there already, but not today, god damn it. Okay, so we need this one. Okay, yeah, that is a lot quieter. Like no sounds at all. Let me save it and then turn the mod off and see what it sounds like. Because who knows? Maybe I do want it on. Maybe it will fucking create atmosphere. Maybe I like atmosphere. Who the fuck do you think you are, game? Telling me what I can and cannot enjoy? What do you think? Who do you think you are? The internet? I completely forgot to turn it off. God damn it. Oh no, I didn't. Shit. Look at me. I'm a genius. We'll turn the music on here in a second. Because these two mods specifically are related to sound, I want to leave the music off for right now, but I'll turn it off after we check this one. Or I'll turn it back on after we check this one. Do 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 do. There's that fucking idiot savant. That fucking son of a bitch. Look at that fucking big-eyed freak. You'll randomly receive XP from completing any action. The lower your intelligence, the higher the chance. Oh, interesting. I completely forgot that it had to do with lower intelligence. Yeah, I guess that's not too bad. That's fine. Leave that off. He looks like John Arbuckle. Man, he actually kind of does a little bit. That's funny. I never thought of it that way. No, not reinstall. We want to just delete. Okay, so that means that we get rid of the silent generator and cool. Okay. Actually, that one's gonna take a little bit to figure out. This one's an easy one to figure out. The No Dead Dog and Raider mod, which gets rid of the okay, that one's not associated with an ESP. Cool. This mod gets rid of the dead dog and the dead raider right across the bridge from Sanctuary. Because I think, if I'm remembering correctly, the dog and the corpse, well, obviously they without actually going, well, their bodies will just stay there unless you like move them. Actually, yeah, that's pretty much it. And this mod just like despawns them after you pass them the first time, which, because we're already, or maybe it like despawns them after you like go into an interior or get so far away from them or something. I can't remember. There we go. But yeah, it just gets rid of them. And because it's not something that you can like, you know, it's not within the bounds of like Sanctuary. It's not something that you can like delete with like, you know, a specific, with like, not console commands, but, with like the settlement controls. They're just kind of like there forever, lying in the middle of the road until you just kind of like grab them and fucking chuck them over the side. But even then, I think even then, I think they are still there. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I don't know why the sky kind of looks a little purple, but I think I know why. I'm gonna have to tinker with that a little bit. I think it's the what is it? There's a specific, there we go. There's a specific mod that like messes with the clouds, and I think that might be clashing with something. Concord. Gonna run over here, go inside, and then I think if I run back to the bridge, they should be, the corpses should be gone. The man and the dog.
Hey, up here on the balcony.
Hello, Preston Garvey. The raiders are almost through the door. Grab that musket rifle and help us, please. Okay, Preston Garvey. I'm a-coming. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, I guess I can turn the music back on. I did it. I saved you with my magical god powers. You're welcome. Lying on the cold hard ground. A Fallout D&D would be so cool. It is. And it's like a full thing. You can get fucking like books for it and shit. I got 3, 4? Are those? No, those are the Angel Arian books. I got 2. I have 2 of the books. Toshi and I have played that. Yeah, I was actually just talking about that a minute or 2 ago. Not about like the campaign specifically, but like I have played it, and it is pretty badass. But yeah, there's like full like actual books and stuff talking about the game and stuff. I have I made a whole fucking unboxing video a couple years ago because I put I pre-ordered a box set thing for the game's initial release. And so they sent me like this whole fucking big I'm dying. I can't breathe. I miss playing with the crew. We gotta get them back together. We gotta be like, hey, we've been fucking lazy on this for way too long. We gotta get back in. We gotta go crazy. Crazy style. I gotta check to make sure that the grass is working. I'm not seeing a whole lot of grass around here. Is it not working?
Help me, rescue my heart.
No, it's not, because all this shit was covered in grass before. What the fuck? Where's my grass? Oh, I'm gonna lose my ass. I'm gonna crash out if my grass mod isn't working. It's not. Son of a bitch. Did I completely forget to install it? That might also be a possibility. There it is. Okay, so let me save it. There we go. Okay, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, there it is. Cool. Okay. Thank God. Because I love this grass mod. It's literally like one of my favorite mods in the entire game. What do you mean replace?
I see you looking round the corner.
Why weren't you there before? What the fuck happened?
Come on inside and pull up a
Okay, well, it's there now. Let's see what happens.
no need
I'd watch it. Yeah, it's on my channel. It's up there. Probably like a couple years ago though. Let me see here.
all a little strange in here. Have you got it?
Yeah, there it is. September 28th, 2021. Fallout, the role-playing game table bundle unboxing. It's a whole like fucking 30 minutes of me unboxing and checking out the content and such. It's crazy. It came with like fucking I'd get it out and like fucking mess with it right now. Probably even maybe try to set up my camera to like point at the desk and like show it off a little bit. But like it's wild. It came with so much shit. Like if you want to watch the unboxing video, just go on my channel and search unboxing. It's gonna be the only unboxing video I have because I don't do unboxing stuff. But it's so fucking cool. It came with two different. I think there's 2 different rulebooks in there. It came with like bottle caps, which, like, you know, Nuka-Cola bottle caps, which I don't think are maybe they are actual metal. I don't know if they're like metal. I know they're not plastic. I know that they are some kind of metal, but I don't know if they're like the exact same kind of metal that they use for bottle caps. But they are bottle caps. It came with like physical dice and stuff, the rule books, item compendiums, shit like that. It's crazy. I think there's a map in there as well, and a couple of other like little items. But like it's so cool. It's so badass. The box is crazy. And then I got 2 other books. One of them I think is I can actually get to those a little bit easier. Let me check here. Come on. of them is...
Searches out an end.
Let's see.
I'm the one you're
Okay, so that's the introduction. This one looks like... Okay, so yeah. Yeah, it's the core rule book with some lore stuff. But a lot of it is like the actual... Oh no, yeah, never mind. It's just the core rule book. So it has like, you know, how combat works, how character creation works, and then it's got details about different locations in Boston, because it takes place in Boston the winter before the Sole Survivor wakes up. So like, for example, it's got an excerpt on Bunker Hill here. Surrounding a tall white... Oh, I don't fucking know how to even pronounce that word. Cenotaph? Cenotaph? Cenotaph. Okay. Memorial. A white memorial to the fallen soldiers of America's past. This settlement has grown up around the needs of various caravanners to have a haven in the wasteland while traveling between different pockets of civilization. Bunker Hill is therefore surrounded by a tall wall with a main gate in the south on the southern side. And then it just goes on and on. Talks a little bit more about like the basics. It mentions Kessler and stuff like that. And then the other book that I have is The Winter of Adam. It's basically like a DLC for the main campaign. Like a side campaign you can do separate from the... Actually, you know, the original one didn't have like a campaign. Just like core game experience. Cenotaph. Okay, that's how it's pronounced. The core game, the core game book itself is just like, here's the basic information on how the game works. Here's the basic information on the setting and shit like that. Make up your own shit. Have fun. Thank God the grass works. I can't play Fallout 4 without this grass mod. Look how fucking good this makes just fucking everywhere look.
I don't need another casual lover.
It's fantastic. It's not so great when you like look real far and see like the draw distance stuff, but I'm pretty sure I got a mod that takes care of that. But like, god damn, it looks so pretty. Look at that shit. Little fuzzy ground. You got the grass, long, grown out. Let's fucking go. I love it. Is it lore accurate? Is it realistic? I don't care. It looks badass. But yeah, I have that. There's like a bunch of other books. Once I get a little bit extra spending money, I'm gonna buy up those books because they're just so cool. But like, it's really cool. The game itself is pretty dope. And it's awesome. I love it. Whoever's interested in tabletop games, definitely get into that. You don't have to buy like the physical copies. You can get like the PDFs and stuff, which are like basically the exact same thing for like the core rulebook and the expansions and stuff. If you want to get the physical copies though, I definitely recommend it because they're pretty badass. And some of the artwork in there is dope. I'm looking at what else we got here.
Took a walk out in the fence.
Oh, fuck, I completely forgot that I was testing the fucking dead dog remover thing.
He asked me what
The word cenotaph is derived from the Greek kenos taphos, meaning empty tomb.
good neighbor.
Well, in America, we call that shit an obelisk. Toshi, I'm asleep-o. It's almost 3 a.m. Why the fuck are you still up at 3? Oh. You were doing the 3 a.m. moment. You were trying to call somebody on the telephone at 3 a.m. Somebody that you weren't supposed to be calling. God damn it, Sterno. Do you want demons? Because that's how you get demons. You fool. You ridiculous individual. You better pray for good dreams. Because fucking Slendy Man or fucking Frederick Fazman is coming to give you a spook in the middle of the night. I guess technically you're already at the middle of the night, but like, goddamn. Yep, see? Dog gone, man gone. Now it just looks better. Where did dog and man go? If not you move? I don't know, but there's no blood here either. So I don't gotta worry about it. So it looks nice. Drinking the Among Us potion at 3 a.m. Gone sus? Boom. Vine boom. Vine boom sound effect. Alright. Well, you have a good night, Sternio. Get some sleepos. Okay. So that's working.
We can kick it up a notch. We can put it on the grill bed and get it while it's hot. I'll meet you in the middle. You can show me what you got.
So that's that.
If you're feeling lucky tonight, ooh, Diamond City, yeah, that's my thing.
I think that one's something that King Gath recommended to download for nav meshing.
I do the boys a favor with all my manual labor. It's good to be a good.
October 2023. I think it should still be working, I think.
Yeah. I do the boys a favor with all my
Sick. Okay, so let's get rid of those two. Ooh, actually, this is one we can check easily. Proto Vault suit. There. Then I was looking for the bridge here.
You know you trained to be a soldier at war. It was a game. But that was before we heard the bang bang. And then it started to change. We took the train to the bottom again with the boom boom. It was a horrible sound. And in the gloom we went underground. Now in the room.
Yes, okay. Proto Vault suit. Okay, so we gotta check the Vault suit and Sanctuary's bridge. Frederick Fazman. That's his legal name. Everybody calls him Freddy Fazbear, but when he has to go to the DMV, he has to put his government name, which is Frederick Fazman. In my old D&D campaign, DMD, whatever the fuck that is. That sounds like a drug. In my old D&D campaign, I had them all going on a ship called the SS Frederick. They had a week's travel to the other side of the water, but people started dying at night. By day 2, they saw animalistic monsters running around the ship at night. They had to outlast them until they got to the other shore, and otherwise they had to survive 5 nights at Freddy's. They did. Well, actually, specifically, they had to survive 5 nights on Freddy's, because they're on a boat. And because for some reason you can't be in a boat, you can only be on a boat. Which is odd semantics, but I guess kind of makes sense. I don't know. Bridge works. And Vault Suit works. Hell yeah. This is the Proto Vault Suit by Eleonora. Somebody we had on the Adamcast before. I gotta hit her up, see what she's doing. See if she wants to come back. She probably would say yes to coming back on the Adamcast, but like see what she's getting up to. Because like for the Adamcast and stuff, like there's so many cool people I have talked to and would love to talk to again. But I always feel like, because like it's definitely something always we could jaw about when it comes to like, Fallout or Elder Scrolls or just like video games in general. But I never want to like bring somebody back onto a podcast that I've had on before, unless there's some sort of like additional thing we can talk about, or like an aspect that we haven't covered before. Like, for example, we had King Gath on before. We talked about Sim Settlements 2, and it was awesome and stuff. He hasn't, prior to, like in the interim, he's made 2 different Starfield mods. He's made one that's more like an outfit kind of thing. But he also, just yesterday actually, put out a mod called Watchtower, which we're going to play for the weekend stream this week. And it looks crazy. It looks like there's going to be like, you can perform what are called sky drops, where you can call down like additional support. In the trailer they showed that you can call down like a robot dog thing, which I don't remember the name of, but I know that there was one that attacked you in the like under levels on whatever the main city was. I'm drawing a blank at this moment. But then I think you can like call down like, airstrikes and shit. You can fucking bombard them from orbit. But then if I remember correctly, you can also assign crewmates to other ships, so they'll pilot other ships for you, and they'll like join you in combat if you get into like a dogfight and stuff. So like it looks really cool, and there's like some story elements, and like based on what Gath was able to do story-wise with Sim Settlements 2, I'm really stoked to check that out. So I'd love to have him back on to talk about the stuff that he's done with Starfield, and of course other people that I brought on as well. But it's one of those things is like, I kind of want there to be something like new we can talk about them and about the stuff that they've done, because like obviously I like having I like bringing on old guests and stuff. But I want there to be like, that hook. Like, what's the additional thing that we can talk about as it relates to the stuff that we've already talked about with your project or the stuff that you've got going on? Have me on again. Release fucking Fallout New York. No. You want to get on the show, kid? You gotta put in the work. But no, that. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. We'll talk. We'll figure some stuff out. But yeah, it'd be awesome to just have more people on in general. Maybe once I can grow a little bit more, grow the podcast a little bit more, I can start uploading more often. Cause like I don't know. I kind of want to be able to put out more episodes more often, because right now it's just like once a month, and I feel like I don't know, I like for where I am like creation style, it works, but I kind of want to be able to do more stuff with it. Hold on, let me get these checked off here. That works, and then Proto Vault suit. There we go. Okay, so those are both working. Sick. Okay. But yeah, I'd love to be able to release more often. I just want to have a bigger pool of people to pull from, to bring onto the show. Because I could always like fucking just like call back like fucking Zach or Eleonora or fucking Laura or like anybody. I could always call people back and be like, hey, you want to come on for next week? We can just like fucking, I don't know, talk about like what's going on in the news and stuff. But then I feel like that's not all, because like what I want the Adam Cast to be about is specifically like the person that I'm interviewing. I don't want it to be about them. I don't want him to bring somebody on and be like, hey, so like, yeah, we had you on 4 months ago. How's it going? How's the news and stuff, you know? Because I don't know. I don't want to be one of those podcasts where it's just like, you know, like flavor of the week or whatever, and then we're just like talking about what's going on in the world. Like, no, I want to talk about specifically like what's going on with you, right? What's going on with the stuff that you're doing? What's going on? What's the skinny? And I don't know. I feel like I need to start like branching out, like not just not just Fallout stuff. I need to start branching out into like Skyrim and Starfield and whatnot. Eleonora was kind of the stretch into the Elder Scrolls, because that's primarily what she worked on. With a lot of her experience, she just also does Fallout stuff as well, which she's very experienced with. But she got her start with Elder Scrolls and stuff. But I think I need to like get more in depth into those other two factions in the larger community, and maybe just pull like, I don't know. There's I don't know. There's a lot of expansion that can be done. I just need to figure out what direction to take it in. I mean, I know what direction to take it in. I just need to I need to actualize things. I'm looking forward to seeing you trying out Watchtower. I'm looking forward to it as well. The mod is only, I mean, maybe it's not. Maybe it is. Because it's through Starfield's creation system. Let me see. Watchtower. There we go. We got Nexus. No, okay. So it doesn't look like it's on the Nexus. It looks like it's only exclusively through the Creation store, whatever it's called. I can't remember off the top of my head. Creations? Is that it? I don't know. I'll play Watchtower when and if it comes out on Xbox. It should be. It's only available through Starfield's Creation, so it should be available on consoles as well. But it's only available for there. It's 1,000 credits, so it's $10. I think that's the conversion rate. But I've said this before. I'll say it again. If it's a King Gath creation, it's easily gonna be worth the money, 100%. Like, fucking, if Sim Settlements 2, sorry, stuff on my glasses. Creation Club? That might be it. Because wasn't that what it originally was called? And now it's something else? Creations? Yeah, it's the Creations platform. Because it used to be called the Creation Club. But yeah, so like if every bit of playable data related to Sim Settlements 2 disappeared off the internet right now and like was deleted from my computer, and the only place I could get it was through like, you know, the Fallout 4's creation store or whatever, and it was like, you know, fucking like $20. That'd be the fastest fucking $20 I ever would have spent in my entire life, because especially as somebody who's played through the entire storyline and played through it as it unfolded in real time, like even knowing the full scope of the story and everything, hands down, easily, 100%. It like Gath just basically makes DLCs for Bethesda games, and that's amazing. I would not be surprised if with like the next 5 years, Gath didn't have his own video game studio, and I'd be fucking right there, front of the line, be like, hey yo, fucking set me up, gamer. Here's a 20. Fucking show me peak, because that's all you carry. But like, yeah, again, it's only available through the creation store in Starfield, so I'm almost 110,000% sure that it is also playable on console. If it is, go pick it up right now. If you got $10 to spend it. Use it to buy Watchtower. I haven't played even a second of it yet. I bought it. I have it installed on my computer. It's all set. It's all ready to go. And I haven't played any of it, but I just know that it has easily earned my $10, because if I know anything about Gath from talking to him in the interview, and also from just fucking playing Sim Settlements 2, it's gonna be peak. It's like that's just it. It's gonna be peak. Gath doesn't make mid content. He only makes peak. It's worth it, 100%. Haven't played it. I already know it's worth it, and I'm looking forward to playing it tomorrow. But for now, this is going to be where the stream ends. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Saturday and Sunday for the weekend stream, as I went into exhaustive detail on. We're going to be playing Watchtower tomorrow. We did a poll in the Discord channel to see what we'd be playing this week. People said, where is it? What did they say? They said, I gave a choice between Watchtower, Doom the Dark Ages, and the Oblivion remaster to jump back into that. The Oblivion remaster won. I want to play Watchtower, so we're gonna play Watchtower, and then we're gonna jump back into Elder Scrolls. So that's what we're gonna do that's what we're gonna do tomorrow. We're gonna play Watchtower. I don't know how long the game is, because I know that there is a story attached to it, so the story can only be so long. I don't know how long it is. It might be super long. It might only be like an hour or two. But we'll find out. If it's really short and we don't have enough time, or we have a lot of time left in the weekend stream, we'll play other stuff. What? I don't know. Maybe we'll jump back into Elder Scrolls. But yeah, that's what we'll be doing this week. We'll be playing Watchtower tomorrow. If we finish it up early, we'll play something else. If not, we'll get back into Oblivion next week. For now, though, I thank you so much for watching. If you want to see more content from me, check out the links in the description. If you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on TikTok, check out the link in the bio. It's going to have links to all my platforms, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, forgot what else, Bluesky, and then there's a link to the Discord channel. As I said, I did a poll in the Discord channel to see what we would be playing this weekend. I'm sort of made an executive decision because this is my stream, goddammit. But the polls going forward are going to be the best way to determine what we're going to play specifically for the weekend stream. Whether there's something new that comes out that we want to check out for a short time before we jump back into something else. However it goes. If you want to be part of that process, join the Discord. Make your voice heard. Hang out with other cool, neat, awesome, interesting people. And yeah. I'm just horrible at outros. I say that every single time. But, what are you going to do? I thank you all so much for watching. Until tomorrow, I will see you all later. Have a good night. Have a good day, depending on, where you are. Drink water. Get plenty of sleep. Eat right. Don't eat a lot. Eat enough. Eat good. Eat good food. Good, healthy food. Do you use Root Builder? Not 100% sure what that is. But unfortunately, you caught us at the end of the stream here. Join us tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're gonna play Watchtower, the new mod that came out for Starfield by King Gath. Fantastic. All right. Thank you, everybody. I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. Don't tell me what to do.